Så, vad härligt. Då fick vi ett ljud här och så tänkte jag att jag inte behöver använda min Tor Dörn-stämma här. Det glädjer alla. Hej och hjärtligt varmt välkomna ska ni vara till 2024 års Renewable Summit på anrika Grand Hôtel. Den här sändningen är som de tidigare även direktsänd och riktar sig även till en internationell publik och därför kommer vi nu att fortsätta presentationen på engelska. Alla presentationer kommer att vara på engelska, Q&A kommer att vara på engelska. I pauserna sen så får ni gärna prata svenska om ni vill. Ni får prata engelska också. Har ni andra språk så blir det lite stökigt för mig. Hello and welcome. I'm Carl Eiraxin from Investor Target and I'll be your moderator for this exciting summit. A summit brought to you by Naventus Corporate Finance in cooperation with Nordnet and Nasdaq. Naventus, as you may know, is a dedicated and experienced corporate finance partner who has been in the forefront of providing financial solutions to and investment cases in the growing renewable sector. Nordnet is a pan-Nordic leading digital platforms, savings and investments, giving private savers the same access information tools and services as professionals have. Nasdaq, then again, really doesn't need any explanation, but offers investors a world-leading platform that improves the liquidity, transparency, and integration of the global economy. Finally, we at Investor Target offers financial communications in any shape and form, capital raising and investor targeting. And today we will be presenting 13 speakers, 12 investment opportunities and 1 panel discussion. 20 minutes presentation, including Q&A, which I will provide, and afterwards in the breaks you can interact with the management. So, without further ado, it's high time to introduce our first speaker. So please join me in an applaud and welcoming Nader Hakimi Fard, manager of Storebrand Renewable Energy Fund. And Nader, the floor is yours.
Thank you. First of all, thank you, Naventus, for inviting Storebrand to this event. My name is Nader Hakimi Fard, and I am a portfolio manager for Storebrand Renewable Energy Fund. And I am a member of Team Solutions at Storebrand, which is, I will come back to what we mean with solutions and solution companies. But the team's focus is on investing in companies that provide solutions across 4 key themes: renewable energy, smart cities, circular economy, and equal opportunities. More specifically, as I said, I manage our Storebrand Renewable Energy Fund, and for this presentation, I will briefly discuss why renewable energy is important, how it's being deployed globally, whether the current deployment is sufficient, and our investment strategy to gain exposure to the sector. But first, let's take a look back. In 2023, the journey for renewable energy faced its fair share of challenges. As shown by the downward sloping chart of S&P Global Clean Energy Index, the ride was bumpy. Here's what contributed to the turbulence. Component prices were affected by inflation. Rising costs put pressure on the renewable sector. Financing costs, both for project developers and end customers, were impacted by interest rates. And the cost of borrowing played a significant role. Unfortunately, policy responses were slow and uncertain. This has led to the valuation of the sector coming down considerably. Currently, it's trading closely in line with the broader global market, but it remains substantially below World Growth Index. Now, while we don't anticipate that the sector will go back to its peak levels seen on the graph here, there are promising opportunities. Global policy continues to drive these opportunities, and for the long-term investor, we believe that this provides a favorable landscape. Now, as a portfolio manager for a renewable energy fund, you may not be surprised, but let's go back to the 3 key questions that we started with. Why is renewable renewable energy deployment important. Electrifying power, heat, and transport sector is crucial for lowering emissions. But to maximize this benefit, the electrification must rely on renewable energy sources. And leading organizations stress that renewable energy is essential for achieving net zero emissions by 2050. On the graph here, you can see the electricity generation from two different scenarios provided by Bloomberg New Energy Finance. And currently, we are at the beginning of a massive shift towards renewables. And in these scenarios, wind and solar make up a great part of the electricity generation. But beyond wind and solar, the investing landscape includes supporting infrastructure, such as grid improvements, and additionally also energy efficiency, which is important. This leads us to the question on how the deployment is going. And now, according to the International Energy Agency, renewable energy capacity increased by 50% last year. And this is the 22nd year in a row that renewable capacity additions set a new record. China's renewable electricity capacity growth triples the next 5 years, but the transition is also accelerating in the US and the European Union. Policies like the Inflation Reduction Act and country-level incentives are driving this progress. These efforts are aligned with decarbonization and energy security targets. Which brings us to the final question: is the deployment enough? To explore this question, at the COP28 conference last year, governments set an ambitious goal to triple global renewable energy capacity by 2030. According to the International Energy Agency, under existing market conditions and policy, global renewable capacity will reach 7,300 gigawatts. While the growth that renewables will account for almost all newly added power capacity worldwide, it falls short of the tripling goal. The trajectory suggests that global capacity will increase 2.5 times. But according to the International Energy Agency, an accelerated case forecast predicts that global cumulative capacity will more than double. And this puts us on track to meet the tripling pledge, which is also in line with the IEA's vision for net zero emissions by 2050. In summary, while it's been a challenging time for renewable energy, the energy transition is a multi-decade investment theme, and we're just getting started. Now, there's different ways that you can gain exposure to this sector. And let's go back to what we mean with solutions and solution companies. We at Storebrand will rely on UN's Global Goals for Sustainable Development to qualify what is a solution company. These goals were created by the UN members and provide a shared framework for us to work by. The companies we include in our investment universe must contribute to solving one or more of the UN sustainability goals. We believe that this is a solid starting point, as these companies can potentially benefit from the capital flows that goes towards achieving these goals. Storebrand Renewable Energy is a thematic equity fund with a clear objective: to invest in companies that deliver services in energy production, energy distribution, and energy storage. And within these three categories, my colleagues and I look for companies that have sustainable technologies, services, and solutions. This concludes my presentation. And if you want to learn more, please go to our webpage, and I recommend you to read our comprehensive white paper on renewable energy. Thank you, and I hope that you enjoy the rest of the seminar.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And now it's high time to introduce our next speaker. CIRCHEM is under CEO Petra Saas, creating magic by a circular chemistry. And if you wonder how that is actually achieved, we have the absolute pleasure of introducing Petra. Welcome.
Thank you.
Please enlighten us on how to make used solvents purified. The scene is yours.
Thank you. Good morning. I recognize a few faces around here, and let's get some energy in the room, right? We're going to raise some hands. How many of you have had coffee this morning? Quite a few, actually. That's great. How many did have a sandwich for breakfast over there? Right. Awesome. And how many are currently shareholders in CIRCHEM? Not one hand, but mine. I am actually that. So this is a room full of prospects, which is fantastic. I look forward to converting you. What we're doing at CIRCHEM is something that is very old in terms of ground principles. How many of you wash your clothes after they've been used because they're dirty? Quite a few. So you don't go out and buy new clothes and throw the otherwise the old ones, the dirty ones away, right? And how many of you would do that if washing your clothes would be more expensive than buying new ones? Oh, a few. Believers. Fantastic. Well, what we have combined is actually the possibility of washing, maybe that's not quite the right word, but purifying, cleaning used solvents and economic profit in one. So we are using circularity and chemistry, and that's why we formed CIRCHEM. We are a Swedish clean tech company. We're based in Vargön, and we have been around since 2013. However, we've not been in production until early last year. So we've only had continuous production for the past 14, 15 months. In terms of solvents, solvents are used in the manufacturing and process industry. If we look at the major industries where solvents are used, that would be the pharmaceutical industry, automotive industry, you have the wood industry, the construction industry, the chemical industry. Once solvents are used, and they can be actually used many times over in one process, they constitute hazardous waste, and as such, they are sent to be destroyed. To give you an example of a few solvents, you have ethanol, methanol, you have NMP used in battery production, for example, you have acetone used in many different areas. The actual extraction, the produce of chemical solvents is often, they're often produced from fossil fuel and derived from such. And the production of virgin solvents, they actually do contribute to global warming by large CO2 emissions that are important to consider. Once the solvents are used, they constitute hazardous waste. And as I mentioned before, hazardous waste is sent to destruction, and it's destroyed by burning, which in terms of waste is called incineration. This will be a word I'll be using a few times over. And incineration of solvents actually causes CO2 emissions to such a degree that it doesn't really make any sense to burn something that you can reuse again. And that's where we come in. We have built a facility in Vargön that can clean and recycle used solvents in industrial scale. In that way, by cleaning and recycling solvents, we are reducing CO2 emissions, both from not being burned, but also from decreasing the need of newly produced virgin solvents. When it comes to our model, we receive used solvents, or solvent waste as it's called, to our facility at CIRCHEM in Varian, where it's cleaned and recycled, and then it's sent out to the industry, where it's reused, and once it constitutes hazardous waste again, it's resent to us to be cleaned, to be recycled, to be sent out to the industry. And we do this over and over and over again. And the beauty with chemical solvents is that you can actually do this over and over again, many times over. This optimizes the value of solvents, and this brings circularity into the system. This is an example of the process flow that you can see at our facility. We receive waste streams of used solvents, which are the gray tanks. We fill them up with the waste stream. It's pre-treated, then it's distillated, if that's the technique that will be used in that particular solvent. And then it will become a new product that will be sent out to the industry. To give you an example of what we do, here are 3 examples of solvents and solvent waste that we've received. On the left side, you have the dirty ones. You can see how contaminated they are. And on the right side, you have the cleaned ones. So you get an idea of how much dirt we actually remove and contamination. This is our facility in Varian, in Vänersborg, which is basically in the lower middle of Sweden. We have the first circular recycling facility of solvents in the Nordics. We have an environmental permit to handle up to 20,000 tons per annum. We are the only facility in the Nordics that can offer circular recycling of solvents. And we can do this in industrial scale. We can do this, this is a multi-purpose facility, which means that we can recycle many different kinds of solvents, and we use different kind of techniques that we combine and tailor-make for the specific waste stream that we will handle at the facility. We are a young company. We have not been around for a long time, and we have had a clear go-to-market process. The first phase of our process has been a lot about getting our permit, which was permitted in 2022, so a year and a half ago. Then we needed to have access to the waste market. So making agreements with waste managers that were established in the market and the large players, which is Stena Recycling, for example, which is one of the largest waste managers in the Nordics, was one crucial step to get further into the market, because we become a subcontractor to Stena, because we deliver recycling of solvents, which is one particular part of the whole waste management spectrum. And then once we have recycled the solvents, we would need somebody to put them out in the market again. So we have teamed up with a few chemical distributors in the market. So this phase was completed during 2022 and 2023. And we have now entered phase 2, where we're in a scale-up production phase. We're scaling up the production capacity at our facility in Varian. We are also negotiating new collaborations. We are further down the road in quite a few discussions with major actors, players in as well as the automotive industry, but also in the waste management industry. We are ISO certifying the facility, which expected to be completed during 2024, this year. We're also working a lot about our communication and brand management so that we become more known in the Nordics in particular, which we've seen has given a lot of great results during the beginning of this year already. We are also diversifying our group of clients so that we will be adding more client base to our customers. If we look at our capacity in terms of permit capacity, I mentioned that we have a permit of handling, processing up to 20,000 tons per annum. About 85% of that is already contracted with Stena Recycling. It gives us more room to sign more deals, and not all of that capacity has been during this year and the past year. We've not really come up to that capacity because we need to expand our production capacities. Those two, there is a difference between the two, but that's what we're working on. In terms of the recycled solvents, approximately 45% of the capacity has been signed for as well. So there is a lot of room for us to produce before we reach the roof of those agreements. We have been in development phase for quite some while, but have moved to a commercialization phase during past year. Our two most important ongoing projects that we started last year are towards the automotive industry, where we are introducing circular recycling of the specific solvents that are used in the auto industry. We have come rather far in that, and we expect to have our first agreement in that area during the second half of this year. When it comes to the pharmaceutical industry, we have worked very hard to tailor-make a recycling model that addresses particularly the solvents and the contaminations that come from the pharma industry. We've come quite far, and that's a project that's been also granted, partially financed from Klimatklivet and EU. So we're very much looking forward to delivering results on that project during the second half of this year and the first half of next year. It's a long project and it's rather complicated, but we've come very far so far. When we look at the driving factors that drive the interest for our solutions and for the services that we offer, there are some regular demands that are on the rise, both in EU, but also in Sweden locally. We have demands for sustainability reporting, which makes waste not being able to just be swept under the carpet anymore, but you have to report your climate impact on that, which makes it much more interesting to find recycling models that would reduce your climate impact. We have the demand for end of waste and the project that is ongoing in the EU. We have many different recycling requirements driven by regulatory requirements that have entered this year. We also have higher environmental fees, and we have increased costs for incineration. And the costs for incineration are increasing, as we have seen during this year. We're talking about double digits increases measured towards last year's prices. When it comes to geopolitical concerns, companies are looking for optimizing their supply chains. They're looking into the costs for raw materials. And there's also a demand for locally produced produce. So we have a lot to offer in that department as being the first and the only facility in the Nordic that can offer that. As the first company that has a facility for recycling, circular recycling of solvents, we have a first mover advantage. We have an environmentally friendly recycling methodology and technology that we implement in our facility. If we look into the barriers of entry, this is a multi-year process where you have to have access to land. You need the permits, you need to get equipment, you need the knowledge, which takes years to build up, and also market establishment and customer base. We're talking about at least 3-year contracts on each recurring waste stream, which is negotiated every 3rd year. So you can imagine that once you have those contracts, this is a quite sticky situation for a first mover, which is a great situation for us to be in. We have a very clear circular business model that I have mentioned, and it's all about recycle, reuse, and reduce. And when we say reduce, we reduce the waste that is sent to incineration, and we reduce the need for virgin solvents. This is, according to us, a triple win situation. Our management and board, myself as CEO, we have Andreas Wadstedt, who is Chief Operating Officer, and Thomas Paulsson, who is Chief Financial Officer. The board is Mats Persson, Åse Bye, Magnus Jink, and Jonas Stålhandske. We have been traded on the Nasdaq First North since 2020, and hopefully many more of you will be shareholders by the end of this day. Our financial performance during last year is noticeably better than it's been before. It's the first year that we've had continuous production. It's our startup year in the facility. And something that I'm very proud of is that we have managed to increase net sales withholding the cost base, which is an achievement in itself. And we're very much looking toward 2024, and we aim to become profitable by the end of this year. So to sum up, we offer a circular business model that addresses a large market need. We have a robust growth strategy that will deliver strong cash flows and will make as well CIRCHEM as all other parties involved economically profitable in the process. We have the only facility in the Nordics that offers circular recycling of solvents, and the facility is also in commercial operation as we speak. We can handle and process large volumes at industrial scale, and also we offer, with our business model, significant reduction of CO2 emissions, not only by reducing the waste that's been incinerated, but also by reducing the need for virgin solvents. So with that, I would like to thank you for your interest and wish you a great day. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, and don't forget to interact with Petra here on the first break. Now it's high time to introduce our next speaker. It's Edvard Hall, CEO of BioEXTRAX. BioEXTRAX offers a cost-efficient and sustainable alternative to traditional polymers and proteins. In other words, as I understand it, this new technology allows any users to go green while you improve their bottom line. So that sounds like a no-brainer. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thanks a lot for that very kind introduction, and thanks to everyone here and joining remotely for taking time out of what I'm sure is a very busy day. my name is Edward, as mentioned, and this is what I'm going to do today. And as you see, I'm going to start to talk about what I call the game changer. And this is one of the biggest innovations for humankind over the last couple of 100 years. And it's not, believe it or not, one of BIOEXTRAX technologies, but it is fossil-based plastics. And the reason why I call it the game changer is that when fossil-based plastics kind of entered into the scene around the middle of the last century, it's changed everything. And it did this because it's a cheap material, it's a versatile material, and it's a highly functional material. And if you look around in society, maybe not in this particular room here, but if you look around in society, you see plastics everywhere. And it's the basis of most of or some of the most important industries that we depend on as human beings today, such as the healthcare sector, such as the food sectors, and such as the IT sector. But as most people know, the fossil-based plastics, they come with a lot of issues, and this is obvious to some, if not most people, but to understand how to solve the problem and to understand how BIOEXTRAX comes in, it's important to kind of dig into what these issues really are. So I'm going to spend a few minutes on the issues of fossil-based plastics before I go on and talk about the solutions and where BIOEXTRAX fits in. And the issues around fossil-based plastics comes in 4 categories. And the first such category is pollution. And every year in the world, around 350 million tons of plastic waste is generated on a global basis. Around 8 million tons of these 350 million tons end up in the ocean. This has a lot of consequences. One of the more visual consequences is what is called the Great Pacific Garbage Patch, which basically is a big floating island of plastics located between Hawaii and the Californian coast. And this is roughly 3 times the size of the country France, or twice the size of the state of Texas, if you prefer that reference. So it is huge. So that's the first issue around fossil-based plastics. The second issue of fossil-based plastics is greenhouse gas emissions, and I like to make the comparison between with the aviation industry, which represents roughly 2% of global greenhouse gas emissions. The plastic industry represents twice that, at around 4%, and this is a share that is increasing year by year. So that's the second big issue around fossil-based plastics. The third big issue around fossil-based plastic is microplastic. Of course, this is a subcategory, if you so will, of pollution in general, but it has some very specific characteristics, and that's why I define it as its own issue. And these are micrometer scale or even nanometer scaled plastic particles that ends up in nature, it enters into the food chain, and so on. And there are more and more reports coming showing its links to number of health concerns for human beings, such as the link to the decreased fertility, such as links to Parkinson's disease, and so on. So that's the third big issue around fossil-based plastics. And then we have the fourth big issue, and that's a reinforcer of the other 3 issues. And that is the fact that we are using more and more plastics. So despite the really bad press that fossil-based plastics are getting, the production and consumption is continuing to increase. In fact, it's set to double over the coming 35 years. So those are the 4 big issues of fossil-based plastics. Now, the good news is that both consumers and legislators, they are seeing the problem, and this has consequences. And the most important consequence for us as a company is legislation. And I would like to talk a bit about some of the pieces of legislation that has come over the last couple of years. So the first one that I'd like to mention is the EU ban on intentionally added microplastics. So this is basically an EU-wide ban on non-biodegradable microplastics that are added in a wide range of products. So this includes detergents, various personal care products such as cosmetics, such as sunscreen. It includes football pitches as well. The second piece of legislation that I would like to mention is the US Inflation Reduction Act, or the IRA. Of course, this is a very wide legislation that doesn't only handle plastics, but it includes a lot of financial incentives for investments in bioplastics production capacity, including for the kind of plastic that we produce. And then we also have the White House communicated aim to replace 90% of all fossil-based plastics by 2040 with bio-based alternatives. And then there are a wide range of different carbon taxes and carbon credits. They work in different ways, they have different mechanisms, but what they have in common is that they increase the cost of either producing or using fossil-based plastics, because fossil-based plastics contribute to CO2 emissions. And then the last one that I would like to mention is the EU's Green Claims Initiative, which, to put it very briefly and simply, is a ban on greenwashing. So if you are a company who is either using or producing plastics, you are up against a very big challenge. Now, a good piece of news is that there is a solution, and that solution is PHA, or polyhydroxyalkanoates. This is a group of polymer. It's not one specific polymer, it's a group of polymer. And what these polymers have in common is that they are bio-based, so they are produced 100% without any fossil involvement. They are biodegradable, so if they end up in nature or in the compost, in the soil, in marine environments, they degrade without leaving any traces, including not leaving any microplastics. And maybe most importantly, they are functional. As a matter of fact, PHAs can, from a functionality perspective, replace the majority of all plastics that are in use today. PHA is a true circular product. And these characteristics of PHAs is the reason why most of observers believe that PHA is the type of bioplastics with the best growth trajectory over the coming years. And I would like to share one interesting piece of statistics with you. And when you look at this slide, you can see maybe I need to move for everyone in the room to see if you can see here on the left data from the 2021 European Bioplastic Association report, which was published in 2022. And to the right, you can see data from the 2022 European Bioplastic Association report, which was published in 2023. So this is the most recent report we have. And what you can see here is that the slightly more darker green, that is projections for 2026 and 2027, respectively, for future production of bioplastic in general, whereas the slightly more light green data is projected production capacities for PHAs. And while the projections for bioplastics in general was revised downwards by 17% between these two reports as a consequence of a bleaker outlook on the global economy, the outlook for PHA was increased by 15% between these two reports. So the projection is that by 2027, around 561,000 tons, or around 561 million kilograms of PHA would be produced. That is a big number, but in the world of plastics, it's a very small number. It's almost nothing in the world of plastics in general. So why, you might wonder, if we have a material that is bio-based, biodegradable, and can replace the majority of all plastics that are in circulation, why do we only expect that 561,000 tons will be produced? And in order to explain that, I need to go back a bit and explain how PHAs in general are produced. And this is a circle, as you can see, so you can choose wherever you want to start, and I don't think I can point, but if you start from the top of this slide, you can see this renewable triangle. This is a renewable raw material, basically any kind of organic or carbon-rich material. And what you do is that you grow bacteria on this carbon source, and then you force the bacteria to start producing PHA, and the bacteria, they store the PHA inside the cells. They do that as a form of energy and carbon storage for the future, conceptually the same way as humans store fat. So you need a way to get the PHA out of the granules, out of the bacteria. Once you have done that, you have the PHA granules, you can convert that into a product, such as into a packaging product, which we have here. Afterwards, you can either recycle or you can compost it, and then it goes back into the circle. But the problem is this extraction step. So using conventional methods to produce PHA, you use a lot of chemicals and a lot of energy for this extraction step. And that kills both the financial argument for PHA because it becomes very expensive, and it kills the sustainability argument for PHA because you use a lot of chemicals and you use a lot of energy in the production process. And this is where BIOEXTRAX comes in, because we have developed a method where we use bacteria for this extraction step. This is a patented method, and instead of using chemicals to remove or release the PHA granules from the bacteria cells, we use a second bacteria which releases enzymes which carries out the extraction. This is a very cheap process because it uses no consumables such as chemicals and very little energy, and it's a very environmentally friendly method, again because we use zero chemicals and very little energy. But at BioEXTRAX, we're not only working with bioplastics and PHAs, we're also working with something from a business perspective completely different, from a technical perspective very similar, and that is feathers. So we're working with poultry feathers from chickens and turkeys. Around 5 million tons of feathers are produced on a global basis every year. Most of it is being wasted. What we do instead is that we have developed two different processes that can either turn it into keratin microfibers, which can be used as reinforcements in different kinds of material applications, or we can turn it into a protein hydrolysate, which we can use as a protein ingredient into feed. Now, we are a small company. We have we have exactly 14 employees, and we are working on gigantic markets such as the plastic industry and the animal feed industry, so we can't do it ourselves. So we have made the decision not to be producers ourselves, so we're an out-licensing company, and in order to be that, we need to work with partners. And in our quarterly reports, we have a fairly detailed overview of the different customer projects that we are working with. I'm not going to go through all of them today, but I would like to mention at least two. I would like to mention the JDA that we signed a few weeks ago with one of the world's 3 largest candy producers, and that is to use PHA as a biodegradable ingredient in chewing gum. The second one is an MOU we signed with Chematur Engineering, which is a large Swedish engineering company. This was also a few weeks back, and the idea behind that project is that they will be our global exclusive partners for one of the types of PHAs that we can produce with our technology. Remember, it's not one specific polymer, it's a group of polymers. And then lastly, team and facilities. Here is our management team, which includes myself. I have a background mainly as a lawyer and management consultant before I joined BioEXTRAX 7 years ago. We have Mohammed Ibrahim, who's our CTO, who has spent the last 20 years or so doing research within bioplastics. We have Claes Ingstorp, who is our COO. He has a background of roughly 25 years from Perstorp Specialty Chemicals, where he was, for instance, site and plant manager and also responsible for the global engineering group. And then we have Mats Persson, who some might remember from the previous presentation, is the chairman of both CIRCHEM and BioEXTRAX, and he has a background primarily from the Perstorp group as well, where he had several positions, including as deputy CEO. And then lastly, our facilities. This is an upscaling facility that we invested in during last year. But as I mentioned, we're not a producing company, we're an out-licensing company. So the purpose of this facility is to demonstrate our technology, thereby accelerating our license sales. And then, of course, it's an added benefit that it can be used to supply samples for our various evaluation and commercialization projects. And that is everything I had for you today. Thank you.
Thank you for that, and we have a couple of minutes before we get our next speakers mixed up, wherever they now are. So I will just start by asking you the rationale behind the rights issue, as your capital requirements are quite low. What's the thinking there?
Yes, I didn't mention that. We're currently, or in a week or two, we're starting a rights issue where we bring in around 9 million Swedish kroner. It's guaranteed up to, I think, 86% by top-down guarantee. The rationale for that is that even if our capital requirement, as you say, is fairly low, we're not making any investments in equipment or anything like that. We have quite a lot of cost to finance the current projects that we have, as for instance this JDA that we signed with this candy producer, for instance, that require quite a lot of production for us, even if it's to a certain extent covered by the candy producer. And also if we look at MOU with Chematur, what they are doing is that they're starting selling our technology based on this contract now, and of course it will take some time before that start generating proper cash. So the idea is that this rights issue will bring us up until being a cash flow positive company.
Interesting. We thank you for that, and I'm sure you will be preparing questions in the next intermission here. And with that, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Our next speaker are speakers, actually. So give a warm hand to Ronny Törnqvist and Christer Svanberg. NEXAM Chemicals provides the world with better and more sustainable plastics by modifying and improving the properties of polymers, if I understand it correctly, and I hope I've done that. So, Ronny, Christer, please, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. Welcome to this presentation of NEXAM Chemical. We'll do it together, me and Christer. Okay. Today we will focus on the business that we do and the contribution we have in the world and the relevance in special in relation to sustainability. And Christer will dive a little bit in the technologies around the recycling of plastics and how we can affect that. Short introduction from myself first. NEXAM develops and produces additives to make plastics better and more sustainable, as was just said. Plastics is, as was also mentioned before, a really key and important material to bring technology forward. For example, healthcare, transportation, IT structures, and so on. It's a necessary and a very good material, and often the most sustainable option. But there is also a huge challenge with plastics that was also mentioned before. When it lands in the ocean, it's very bad, and it needs to be recycled, and there are developments going on, short-term and longer-term, to get rid of that problem. And we as NEXAM want to be part of both making the plastics more advanced and better to advance technology in the world, and also to be a part of getting rid of the big problem with plastics as well. We have patents, core competencies and solutions really to make a difference, both for our customers and society. So we're a small, you can say, entrepreneurial clean tech company. We sell for approximately 200 million Swedish material at the current run rate, and we're a little bit more than 50 people employed. We're located in Lomma in the south of Sweden, but also in Hungary and Poland, and have representatives all around the world. And we have really a global reach with all our employees and agents. And we have a really huge ambition to make a big difference. But what we do is based on the idea of using reactive chemistry in order to modify plastics materials. So with the same kind of ideas, they land in very, very broad application ranges. So we think that we're very concentrated on our core business, but it lands in very wide field of business. So it's everything from lightweighting and miniaturization, microelectronics and so on, ranging to components for jet engines in aircraft, and a lot of activity going into, let's say, sustainably driven markets. A big portion of what we do lands in wind energy, and we are working more and more with solutions for waste and recycling. And those two are obviously driven by these global megatrends that are necessary that we saw in the previous 3 presentations, actually. Since I started, I'm fairly new as CEO for NEXAM. I started in May last year, so a bit less than a year. During that time, we have done a full retake on our strategy and our direction with the company. We have redefined our market areas into sections according to the significance for the customer, which is really which property that we can affect of the plastic material, and therefore which kind of solutions we can bring. So we divided it into lightweighting. We make additives to make plastics, foams really, to make it possible to make lighter plastic solutions. High temperature, where we really push the borders into how high temperatures plastics can actually be used. It's useful in jet engines and microelectronics. A third area, which we have been working on a long time, is really how we can affect how plastics look like and the aesthetics of them, but also how well they can survive in the environment, so to say. And the fourth area that we're building is recycling. We have had first successes where we're active in upcycling. In this example here is used fishing ropes that can then be converted into ordinary plastic products. The significance for sustainability of the various areas is obviously in the foam or lightweighting area that these foams are used in wind energy, and that is the least destructive energy form, and our materials make the core inside the wind blades better. It's also a strong drive in this industry to use less virgin PET and less PET that could be used for food packaging, and go to lower grades PET, and for that they need to modify the material to function. So we have a big development opportunity there. In high temperature, especially in jet engines, if you can replace metals such as titanium alloys with plastic, or actually fiber reinforced composite materials, you can lower the fuel consumption. Our knowledge with coloring plastics applied together with recycling of plastics forms a unique possibility to use recycled plastics in very ordinary consumer products. And this is a big development that we're working to. And then our specialities called reactive recycling, we can really upgrade recycled materials, and Christer will tell you more about that. The wind energy is growing, as we saw in the first presentation today. It is a big part of the solution for the future. So we have an accumulated growth over the several years here until somewhere around 2031, estimated to 6% per year, and they're using more and more of recycled PET, so they need more and more additives from us to do this. These are some pictures of composites and metals in jet engines, but if you reduce the weight with about 1% inside the turning parts in a jet engine, which is only possible really with composites, high temperature composites, you can reduce the fuel consumptions quite much. Some more pictures. We have solutions to take like general scrap. This actual photo of the recycled material portion that we managed to modify and produce these automotive components. There are parts inside a truck and a child seat and so on. So there's fantastic how much you can do in this area. But I will let Christer go into the reactive recycling and modifications of polymers. That is really the core on how we see that we can bring this part of the business forward. So please, Christer.
Thank you. So the fourth part of the strategy is really about recycling. And we will do a little bit of deep dive going into the technology that NEXAM has, the implication for the customer, and also the impact on sustainability. Because there is a challenge with recycling of plastics. So one of the biggest challenges is that even though you start off with a fantastic material when you produce it, when you have used it and when you process it, when you're up at the end of the chain, it's no longer the same polymer, especially if you have recycled it a few times. It's actually broken down, it can be oxidized and so on. So the challenge is actually putting the polymer back into the loop again, because it's not the same polymer, and it can even be difficult to find any application for this material. So the challenge is really, how do we close the loop? And this is where NEXAM has developed what we call reactive recycling. Basically, in a simple term, what we're trying to do is to rebuild the polymer chain, rebuild the molecular weight, so that it starts resembling the original. This means that our customer can then use this in more advanced application, or they can use the higher degree of recyclates in their products. And one key feature about this one is that our customer should be able to use the existing equipment, and it's only activated by heat. So basically, you have the processes already. The customer don't have to change the processes. They can include our additive and actually improve the value of their recyclates. And during 2023, we have received or have granted 2 patents for polyolefins. There are more in the pipeline coming to have even better coverage and broader coverage. But how does this really work? Let me show you some examples from a scientific study done by a research group in Italy. So what they did was they took a fresh polymer, and then they simulated what happens during recycling, and they basically put it into extruder multiple times. So they take the material, put it back in, and back in. And what happened is that you see the viscosity decrease, and as you increase the number of processing cycles. This simply means that you actually do exactly what I said. You're breaking up the polymer chain. You start off with a nice polymer chain. At the end, you have a degraded polymer. So at the end of this 9 cycle, this here is very, very difficult to use for basically any application. The good news is that if we take this highly degraded material, we put in our additives, and we use reactive recycling, we're able to build it back up. We are building molecular weight, so we're putting it back from what was a really bad material into something that's corresponding roughly to the level 4. So we are actually now increasing the value of this material and increasing the application range where these can be used. So we are really rebuilding molecular weight. Another key feature is that this is not only applicable to polyolefins, we have other applications. This is PET. There is a long tradition of recycling PET bottles, as we're all aware of. But PET is actually a very versatile polymer that is used for many different applications. So it's not only bottles, you have trays, you have staple fibers, and so on. So there are many grades, in addition to these bottles, that need to be recycled. And also here, NEXAM has technology where we can connect the polymers back together, thereby increasing the value of it. So we keep it in the loop, or even potentially upgrade the material. And in addition to saving the material, that consequence is also that we're replacing the fossil-based PET with recycled, and then you can also save the carbon dioxide. And you see the numbers on the screen here. But another important aspect is that, in our mind, it's not only good for the environment to use recyclate. We also would like to show that it could be good business. So let me take an example. Recycled PET, as you saw, there are actually quite a lot of it on the market, but it's also very attractive because there's many customers that want to have it, both from a legislation point of view, but also voluntary commitment by companies that want to be forerunners. So even though there are grades available, they tend to be rather expensive if it's of high quality. So what if you have a cheaper material? So you mix in a cheaper material. That makes the cost lower, but also the quality is lower. This is where reactive recycling comes into play. We can actually boost up the performance again to match the original, but you have a lower cost. And if you do the cost calculation, you can see that the additional cost by putting in our additives is about 6% of the material cost. However, the increase in the value of the material is in excess of 20%. So what we see here is we can actually take cheaper material and we can build value for our customer using our products. You saw these similar numbers on the previous presentation. So looking at the global production, it is in excess of 400 million tons It's a huge number, and it's still increasing. However, if you look on a global scale, the fraction of bio-based or recycled material is slim. It's about 10%. So if you really want to make a difference, what we need to do is we need to go from the fossil-based to green, bio-based or recycled. We need to go from the blue to the green. So, and also please remember that all the blue that we produce today is the material that we should recycle tomorrow. There is a lot of material that we need to take care of. And you can imagine the growth potential of being a company that wants to be part of this transition, increasing the green ratio of this production. Finally, if you look at, I talked a little bit about polyolefins, I talked about PET, and if you actually look at it on a global scale, these polymer constitutes about half of the production worldwide of plastics. So about 200 million tons. So what we have actually solutions where we could make an impact and we could make the recyclability of these material better. And that's why we believe there's a big potential for these ones. And back to you, Ronny.
Okay. Well, thank you, Christer. Some interesting views on that, and we could talk all day about recycling and what is possible and not, and so on. But what we see, for us as a company, coming back to us, we see that we have market understanding, we have products and so on in areas where there is significant growth, and we intend to grow together with it. And for us as a company, we've had very strong growth over a 10-year period of approximately 20% per year. We want to get back to that, although we had fairly weak years in 22 and 23, driven by the economic factors that we've seen in the business recently. We have, during that period, gained more projects and found more things to do, and more customers, but the general market has plummeted a bit. It's getting back to track since second quarter last year. We have sequential growth, and we're coming back into business, and our intention is, of course, to get back to that growth rate we had before. But this time with profitability. We have done a lot of savings programs, and we're now in a very healthy form. You could say we're more fit as a company, and we have not sacrificed any of the R&D or sales capacity in the process. We have focused or changed commercial strategy focus, which has also implied or had a huge effect on how we work in all parts of the company, from production, R&D, sales, administration, etc. We focus on the 4 areas: lightweighting, where we see a recovery. It's still a bit weak market for wind energy currently, but the order intake, thanks to the Green Energy Act, thanks to various initiatives around the world, we see a growth in that market that should come during the course of this year or beginning of next year. We have a really positive situation within the market because we work with all the big players there, and we have unique solutions to bring in more sustainable and cost-efficient materials. High temperature, we have really high order levels for all of 24 already booked. In aesthetics, we work a lot with product innovation and a recycling focus to set us apart and also to generate more business. And we see huge interest from the, let's call it, normal plastics industry to really find solutions in day-to-day plastic products with recycled materials. And in recycling, we see our first commercial breakthroughs realized over the last year, and we see a lot of collaboration projects with bigger companies and so on, but they are on longer term. And the market paradigm that was really spoken about also in earlier presentations, where we need to move into both sustainable energy and into more recycling of plastics and more bio-based materials, it's favoring our technologies. So why invest in NEXAM? We have very high ambitions and plans for 24 and very much so beyond that regarding all financial KPIs. We have become a much more customer-oriented and result-focused company. We have a broad portfolio of clean tech solutions with in 4 clear segments, with all of them having a strong growth potential. And we have clear business cases and a very straightforward go-to-market strategy. All Christer's people work on things that we know that we can sell within a reasonable time frame. or someone else have to pay for their time. And then a lot of it is patented. We have done a lot of investments in the past years in infrastructure. We've done a lot of insourcing, which has been an important part of our, let's say, improvement of the results. And we can grow, we can actually double more or less the production volumes without adding additional machines. And it's a really good and strong organization that we've formed right now, where we can take on much bigger tasks. And we have a business model with how we function on our local markets and how we work on a global scale that could be used by complementing with further investment into, let's say, complementing technology or complemented home markets. So that's it from us. We think that we hold a lot of keys to the future in terms of our patents and core competencies, and we want to be a big part of the transition of the plastics industry. And thank you for your attention.
Thank you. And now it's time for 30 minutes coffee break, and we will be back and ready to go at 10:40. And now I urge you to take the opportunity to interact with the management. For instance, if I had the presenter from Storebrand, I may just ask him about his 3 solution themes and whether he would have any different weights in those in his portfolio. And if you look at CIRCHEM here, tremendous growth. What is the underlying value worth? Could be one of the questions that I would like to ask them. And BioEXTRAX, it seems like a no-brainer, but when it comes to clients and partners, who finds whom? And NEXAM here, you had a very interesting presentation. Obviously, you can ask about the technology bits, which is fascinating. But I noticed that sales were down, but the gross margin was up. So that's an interesting theme to work through. But I don't want to be the party spoiler keeping you from your coffee. So please go ahead. Jaha, då ska vi se om vi hörs här igen. Och det gjorde vi, helt fantastiskt. Då är klockan 10:40 och då tänkte jag att då kör vi igång igen. It's now a pleasure to introduce Anders Fernlöv, CEO of ECORUB. Anders, please enter the stage if you may. And please walk us through the intriguing and intricate world of rubber, recycled rubber and plastics for molding, extrusion and calendaring. With that,
Thank you,
the scene is yours.
Thank you. My name is Anders Fernlöv. I'm the CEO of ECORUB. I started in this position in mid-November. I was previously the chairman of the board of ECORUB. And what we do will follow. No. So, a short bit of the company. We are a green tech company. We were founded in '95. We were listed in 2010 on the stock market in Spotlight. We have a market cap of 56 million shareholders, a lot of them, if somebody is looking at this now. Major turnaround and refocus is ongoing, and I'm going to go through that, and we're going to move into how we become a true material company. We are increasing our sales because we have been dipping, and now we're moving back up again. We have a factory up north in Skellefteå. We have customers mainly today in the Nordics, but we are expanding in selected countries in Europe. As you all know, it takes a lot of sales effort, money, and to go into new countries. And our mission here is to establish us as the #1 choice of quality material, recycled quality material. Some things here about what we do. We have been doing a lot of other products. We're still doing that, the molded products, the floor mats, etc. But we are moving into, the focus is on the materials. And we are doing different kinds of materials, but they're all plastic. But they're all plastic with, some have 100% plastics and some have a lot of rubber in them. And we're coming back to that. So the opportunity here is huge. Everybody before me has explained how much plastic is growing. The rubber industry is also growing. And there are so many hundreds of thousands of tons that go into incineration every year. We are focusing a lot on the opportunity to recycle rubber, and specifically industrial rubber. And the thing with the industrial rubber is that it's very, very, very little of that is reused and recycled and go into new products. And that is due to the vulcanization, which makes it very, very difficult. So the producers of the rubber, they want to improve circularity and minimize their carbon footprints. And they're willing to pay for it. And we're going to capitalize on that. We're moving into business B2B customers. Everybody wants to improve circularity and reduce carbon footprint. But the thing is here, where are the materials? There are very few selections that you can have if you want to have a recycled advanced material. So this is just a schematic picture of what we actually do. It's that if you have a virgin rubber material producer, they produce it waste. 5 to 10% of the production goes to waste from them. And they don't have a real solution on how to recycle it into new products. The application producers of rubber, they don't have it either. They produce some of them produce a massive amount of waste in the production. Maybe you can't see this, but you have also selected recycled plastic materials, because that is one of the key things here. You need to be in control to be able to do advanced materials. You need to be able to control your chains and the inflow. And then we also mix it with some virgin plastic materials. So in this combination, we can produce recycled materials equal to virgins. And that is the uniqueness with us. So the finances on this is that producers, perhaps 10%, application producers, 5 to 10%, we actually get paid to take their, to receive the waste rubber. And then we can add some magic and plastics, and then we can produce here material at this kind of prices. And this is a tempting thing. We can do this in one production line now, but we can do it in several if we open up more, etc., etc. So the key here is, for being successful, is that you need to have equal specifications so you can compete with the virgin materials. If you can't compete, you ain't going to be selected. Everybody knows how hard it is to change the product, change something, ingredients, something in there. But if you are on par, but you have partly recycled, you reduce the CO2, you have recycling built in. And this is the uniqueness with us. We can meet that, and we have it verified. And also that you can have the waste material control. We are very selective on which ones we address and why. We know beforehand what we're going to do with the materials before we sign contracts on the recycled rubber or recycled plastics. That means, but also that means that you need to meet all the criteria for recycling. And they are pretty hard. You need to have all the safety data sheets. That means that you need to know exactly what's in your recycled material. And if you have many distribution channels, yeah, it's a challenge. And you need to have this end of waste and everything in control, so you know. So this is the uniqueness with us. And to be able to do that, you need to have world-class competence when it comes to how to make the materials and produce them. And we have that. We have this zero friction strategy when it comes to how we meet the customer. That means that you should be able to do what you're doing today. You don't need to change anything. So, and that means that you can produce it in the same way you do. When you go to sourcing, you have the same prices, you have the same price list, you can compare with what you're buying today. But we don't believe today we need to be more established before we can have a premium pricing. So that's why we go in head on everything. And the qualities and the tolerances and the processes, everything should be the same, the zero friction. And if we would come, the bio-based materials, for example, many of our competitors there from the large companies, you had here, 30 to 55 kilograms. But then many of them add, the bio-based materials are 20 to 25, 30, 35 SEK more per kilo. And that's a very hard sell for anybody. So where we are with the materials right now is that we have materials ready for the market. We introduce them on the market now, this year. And we are expand sales into some selected countries. We start, of course, in the Nordics, but we are addressing also some selective countries with our sales partner, Suffolk Alcan, which has a global distribution, but they're very strong in particularly some countries in Europe. So we need to establish ourselves. Then we need to grow. and secure that we have the industrial scale needed, and that we have the industrial scale waste material flows. And then we can extend and add more materials, and more. Therefore, we can address more markets and more customers. And in a few years, then we have established ourselves in a few countries. Then we will also expand and have more sites. And if this can go faster, I will be very, very pleased. But you know, it takes time to establish. So then we can. The thing is here is that there are not a lot of companies doing this. And when it comes to the, a lot of time left. But when it comes to the virgin materials producers that we compete with today, this is a totally different chain. They have the whole factories, the whole production, the whole sales built up on something. And if you take in another flow of recycled material and mix it, it ruins the complete chain of everything they do. So they will say that they're doing it, they will do it in a very limited scale, but there are more paper competitors, like greenwashing, than true competitors. So the journey is just beginning. I feel I'm standing in the middle of the way of the presentation. So we have all the data that we need. We have secured material flows already today, and we are ready to scale up now. We are selling something that reduces the CO2 with 30 to 94%, depending on which materials for which application, etc., etc. And we have 30 to 100% recycled materials that we are using. And there is a used market, and ain't going to present how big the market is for plastics, but it's huge. So there's no end of life there. So the thing is, it's about time and that you have perseverance to actually move on, more customers, move on, to just continue what we have started. And it's all about execution. So we need to deliver. So the business is there. We need to take it. Ska vi?
Well, thank you, Anders. Very intriguing. And I'd just like to ask you, you mentioned competitors, but you also mentioned that they weren't exactly competitors because, if I understood it correctly, they were less flexible in their systems in comparison to yourselves.
Yeah, I think they are competitors. The true competitors to us is the virgin materials. Mm-hmm. They are focusing on the virgin materials because if you do a product, let's say that you're in the, for example, the soft plastics that we have presented here, everything that you believe is in a car, that's a rubber. It's plastic. It's a soft plastic. And in your house and wherever you go on buses and everything, the soft plastics are there. But you believe it's rubber, kind of. So the competition here is that to make the customer to actually choose a recycled material, because everybody has to believe that it doesn't meet the criteria of an advanced and a quality material, but ours do.
Mm. So in a way here, you are fairly unique.
We are fairly unique here.
In the world.
Yes, we are.
So I think that's one of the key words here.
Yeah.
And when you're going, you were talking about scaling up and starting to execute. So how and where geographically would you like to market yourself, and how do you market yourself?
Market is one of the things that we need to scale up and upgrade as well, including sales. But we want to specifically we want to address Northern Europe right now, where you have, for example, the car industry and or everybody connected to that. The problematic thing with the car industry is it's slow. Everybody says it's fast, but it is.
No, exactly.
It is extremely slow. But once you're in there, then you're in there.
That's an interesting thing because one would have thought that the car industry with the EV development and so on were pretty switched on.
Yeah.
But then you would argue against that. But on the other hand, as you mentioned, when you're in, so the volumes will be huge.
Yes. So I mean, example, there are so many things that you can reuse our material for. If you go to I think Corauta and similar stores here in Sweden, and you see all the handles on everything, everything is a soft plastic that is put there. Many of them are made in China, which make it difficult. But if they're produced here, somewhere around here, so wherever, we have one saw. G-Man is one of our customers. They make everything from our material. So it's.
But if you ground the elephant, then you need to be prepared. One could argue.
Yes.
Next month, any holders of the warrants can convert those to shares, and you said you were ready to scale up. So how would you like to address the market and any holder of the warrants?
I think we are. The key here is that we are really changing our strategy into moving into something with a higher margin on everything that we do, and it's easier to scale it up than what we have previously been doing. So we're moving the company in that direction. So please, shareholders, be faithful on that. We have really entered that journey now.
So anyone with a convertible or the warrants, I should say, should continue to be a shareholder because there's more to come.
Exactly, and then I would say that it might be one of the best choices you actually do in it.
Interesting.
Right now.
And if we look at the timeline here, then coming next 12 months, what should we expect in the market? What should we look for?
You should look for the number of new customers that we have. Because once you have a customer, and you should also look who is the customer, what is the potential in that customer once you're in there, and we have so many tests ongoing right now but the first thing is you need to get in there and then you win, but it is definitely there, and we have all these amazing projects ongoing.
And from experience here, if you are let's say a slightly well, not as big as a car producer. If you're a company with that size and they would sign up with you, then you're not really allowed to address that without their approval. So I would have thought that even if you get a good contract for us in the market, we should be patient, because if the Fords of the world, they may say that you have to hang on a little bit before you announce that.
Yes, they do, and we have several like that, actually.
Okay, interesting. So that could be one thing to bear in mind, that this year is a year of, as you said, well, execution and trying hard to get new contracts. And if we don't see anything tomorrow, then that doesn't mean it's not there.
But be patient tomorrow as well, actually.
Well, Anders, I think we should thank you with a big applause.
Thank you.
And we wish you the best of luck, and you linger on in the area here, and there will be more questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
And now it's our time to introduce our next speaker. METACON develops and markets large energy systems to produce hydrogen, electricity, and heat. And here to tell us more is Christer Wikner. Please enter the stage. Thank you.
Hey,
welcome. Nice to see you again.
Nice to see you again.
Please join me in welcoming Christer and his presentation on stage. It's all yours.
Thank you very much. Let's see if this works. So the title of my presentation today is Enabling the Hydrogen Economy through Disruptive Industrial Hydrogen Solutions. And the reason for that is that I want to take the chance to explain a little bit more about what we are really doing at METACON. It's been a journey of, you could say, both building and transforming the company over a few years now, in the middle of some turbulent conditions out there, as you know. But I want to show you today that we have a very, very clear focus and very clear strategy and are very much on the way of creating, I think, one of the most unique and high potential companies in the green hydrogen sector. We're quite small. We're listed on First North. Most of you probably know that, and some of you have followed us during the years. You know that we come from technology innovation, but we've done some interesting things, and I want to show you how we want to disrupt this market, how we want to be a player that can grow from a small, skilled but not very known actor very quickly into one of the most interesting, I think, and capable suppliers in this space. So many of you know us. We have a portfolio of solutions. On the left here, you can see that we have reformers and we have electrolyzers that we built over the latest years, and reformers since quite long. These are two key technologies for producing green hydrogen. And linked to that, we have also a number of, you could say, application products. One is in the CHP area, combined heat and power. You can produce electricity and heat based on gas. And you also have refueling stations for the transport sector. So at the high level, we have a very complete portfolio for green hydrogen. We can produce green hydrogen for anybody who needs it, transport sector, base industry, from different sources. And we also are linking into the use of green hydrogen in different sectors, for example, real estate and refueling of various vehicles. As a company, we have started our internationalization journey. We are present in different places already, and we try and develop the market in a sort of sensible way, since we are not that big, but we want to be present in our key markets. So what are we really doing in terms of what we want to change here? Well, over 95% of hydrogen today is produced from natural gas, fossil natural gas, in huge plants close to gas sources. We want to take this and convert a completely new set of solutions for the market that now wants to have the same green hydrogen but fossil-free, or the same hydrogen, I should say, but fossil-free. So that's why we package a reforming system similar to this huge plant, but the technology that can be placed on site close to, for example, a biogas plant. Or if you have green electricity, as we do have in Sweden, you can use electrolyzers. So shifting away from fossil gray hydrogen to unique solutions tailor-made for creating green hydrogen locally instead. Like I said, we are now moving out from Sweden and Greece. That's been our core places historically. Of course, as a listed company in Sweden and main operations in R&D in Greece. But we are also looking at expansion in different directions now, because you know that Scandinavia is an electricity country. We are not used to gas. So the main part of our future markets are, of course, outside of Scandinavia. But having said that, it's also a very big and interesting market, especially for electrolyzers in Sweden. This is just an overview of why we think this is interesting. These are huge industrial projects for green hydrogen, just a fraction of them available today. And why do we know this? Well, we know this because we are talking as a company, as a potential supplier to many, many of these projects today. And they are extremely big and they are growing very fast. One way of thinking about the opportunity here is to look at rough cost and prices and what money are we talking about here. You see, you have gigawatt scale here Gigawatt is 1,000 megawatts, right? 1 megawatt is in the cost range of 50 million SEK. So you can see the order of magnitude of these projects. It's billions and billions and billions, and these are ongoing. So, and for us, we want to be part of this industrial sector. And this is the strategy we are migrating into right now. And that is why we also announced a very interesting project for us, based on a license agreement with our Chinese partner. We're going to build a gigafactory, as it's so popularly called these days, for producing electrolyzers. And we teamed up with PERIC, our Chinese partner, almost 4 years ago now. So this is based on a long-term relationship with PERIC. And PERIC is a world-leading producer of electrolyzers since many, many years. They never did something like that in their 60-year-old history. So it's a unique thing we have done here. And it's also driven, of course, by the geopolitical fear of China, you could say, the situation where we want to protect Europe from what happened in solar, for example. But this is something we want to innovate around. And for this reason, we create a license agreement. So we are not going to source our systems as a distributor anymore. We're going to manufacture them here under license, no Chinese ownership. So it's going to be a European, hopefully Swedish, big project, but based on very, very proven technology. So there are 2 stages in the contract. One is 0.5 gigawatt, and the second one is 1 gigawatt or 1,000 megawatts. And we're starting this project now. And you could say, what are we really doing here? Well, I think it is a way of showing innovation in the business development dimension, because we are also at the same time licensing our technology to PERIC for production and sales in China. So we give them our technology for China, and they give us their technology for Europe. So it's some kind of a technology exchange here where we get access to electrolyzers and they get access to our reforming technology. The disruptiveness of this will be price, reliability, and availability of these systems locally here in Sweden and in Europe. We are already very good at designing these huge plants. We are doing that, of course, in the collaboration we already have with PERIC since long. But you see here, down in the left there, if you can see, there are some unique parameters that we get in this deal. PERIC has more than 50 5-megawatt stacks in operation since 10 years. This is absolutely unique. So we get access to a technology that is large scale and proven in the industrial sector, more than, I think, any supplier on the market. And very, very good quality data, very slow degradation, and we have many industrial projects interesting in this. Over to the right, you also see a 10-megawatt version that they just completed and launched. And this is the biggest stack size on the market. So when you talk about 500-megawatt plants, it of course becomes very interesting to be able to build that on bigger modules. Otherwise, you get very high complexity in these plants. So we have some unique things in the technology. And that's why the electrolyzer gigafactory project for us that we are starting now is the most interesting thing we ever did in METACON, of course. But I also want to mention a little bit about the reforming technology, as I call the clever route to green hydrogen. This is doing the same thing, producing the same green hydrogen, but without green electricity. So we are using other sources like biogas, could be bioethanol, in a little compact refinery, a little compact factory with a reactor system and a purification system. So it's modular. We can produce up to 300 cubic meters per hour per unit. Off-grid, this can be run sort of in island mode, and we can use different sources of biogas to feed this system. And it has very high potential to be a profitable deal for both us, of course, and for the customer. And to give you some idea about the capacity here, it's about 600 kilos per day in continuous operation. The beauty of this is that it's not dependent on when the sun shines or when the wind blows. In a biogas plant, you have continuous operation feeding this around the clock. And 600 kilos, you can think of the capacity of that as a full refueling of, for example, a Toyota Mirai car, where you drive maybe 700 kilometers on a full refueling, is about 5.5 kilograms. So it's in excess of 100 refuelings, full refuelings per day in capacity of this type of system. Of course, Germany is the key market for this. Germany has more than 10,000 biogas plants existing with a lot of challenges. But if you look to the right, if you see Sweden, it's also very high potential here. We have around 220 biogas plants distributed in many good areas, and you can easily see the connection here where one of these reformers could be placed close to a biogas plant, and you could have hydrogen refueling along the way. Locally produced, I call it our green crude oil, right? We can produce this ourselves. So we have one project this year which will be very important for us. It is an opening and an inauguration of demonstrating this in Germany on site on a big wastewater treatment plant in southern Germany. And this is not the highest scale, but it's a high scale product. You can see 110 kilos roughly per day in production of hydrogen. So we're going to be able to show this to the market at the right place later this year. In summary, you can see over to the right, what we're doing in METACON is we are building a solution that is green, disruptive, and I think very unique in this market. We are flying under the radar a little bit yet as a company, but I think very soon we will be out there with extremely competitive and profitable offers. So reformers, electrolyzers, and we are building the company to support this, to meet this market entry that we are doing right now. And that's it for me. Thank you very much. I'll take questions.
Well, thank you so much, Christer. Let me start here by reflecting on the presentation here, because you're talking about a lot of countries moving after Sweden, and you're also, as I understand it, have a second leg to stand on. Is it any risk that you're spreading yourself too thin here?
Of course, it's always when you're a small company with many opportunities and a big technology portfolio, and also a market that is I think the interesting thing here is that the market for green hydrogen in the future is absolutely fantastic. It is the near term that is more challenging. And in the near term, where we don't know, is that customer segment opening up now, next year? We know that it will be in 5 or 10 years for sure, but we need to make the right choices short term. I think that is the challenge, and select perhaps where we are placing our backs sort of short term, right?
So you have to choose wisely, and you mentioned a time frame here, and the important thing then is to be around. And you recently finished a capital injection, and how should we look at that? Are you going to, well, let's say, continue more of the same, or is there anything in specific that you would like to focus on in the short term as well as in the long term?
Yes, I mean, we are switching the company over to the industrial sector, to production of green hydrogen. That is the main theme, you could say, in the change. And that hurts a bit. I mean, that is a change that we are doing. And we want to continue with the reformers, because we see really that's very good to invest in that. But of course, during the fall, we knew about the license agreement with PEREC. It was coming, but it took a long time. It took a very long time until we finally got this signature. And in the meantime, we were, of course, planning for the share issue. And the heart of the whole fundraising is to be able to do this gigafactory project. So actually a large part of this share issue is, of course, directed towards being able to move into own electrolyzer production, which has different steps. And the fundraising we just completed will carry us a bit on that journey, so we can really get on track with building this factory in this capacity.
What do you suggest that the market here should be looking for going forward here? If you look at 12 months, for instance, regarding the use of the proceeds and your success here.
Yes. No, I think what I would sort of dream about, of course, is that the market would follow us on this journey and to see what we are doing in a number of years here, because what we hope to be able to do in the shorter term is to start to take contracts in the industrial sector, but also to build an order book for the factory. And we'll see how firmly we can build that order book at an early stage. But the need is so big, so we know that many of these big projects have to start to secure capacity for otherwise their time plans will be way out. So I think looking at those signals and sort of successes from us is the best way of viewing how we are doing.
Interesting. So you will be ready when they need you in that respect.
Absolutely.
Well, thank you for that, Christer. Very intriguing and a very hot topic, I would take. So we thank you for that.
Thank you very much.
So let's give him a warm round of applause. Thank you. And now it's time for our next speaker. So let's give a warm hand to Johan Rask, CEO of INSPLORION. INSPLORION develops a sensor for hydrogen gas sensors and was recently selected to join the delegation of the Swedish energy sector on its trip to the US, as I noted, to promote cooperations between Swedish and American actors in the sector. So it seems like it's a hot topic. Please go ahead and enlighten us with your presentation, please.
Thank you. You hear me? All right, good. So thank you for having me here. I'm Johan Rask. I'm here to talk about our company INSPLORION. Let's see if I get this right there. And in particular, I will talk about hydrogen sensor for an accelerated transition to a sustainable future. Just very brief about our company. Originally a spin-out of Chalmers University of Technology, and the core of our technology is what we call nanoplasmonic sensing. We'll not go deeper into that, but that is an optical phenomenon that we harness to be able to see what happens close or on surfaces. And that is what we use. And in the beginning of the company history, research instruments were created based on this technology, which is a good start. And it's given us a solid platform with more than 125 research applications published by our users. And we still offer research instruments through our distributors, but all our focus goes into our hydrogen sensors. So why hydrogen, you can ask, and Kristen, you can borrow this picture later as well. It's what you see, and I don't think anyone has missed that hydrogen as an energy carrier will be critical for the future. And what you see here to the left is from October 2023, Hydrogen Council, run by McKinsey, by the way, their collection of what's the status at this moment of the number of projects out there in the world. So as you can see, this is a global thing. And Christer is absolutely right. This is happening all over the place. And it's everything from production, mobility, infrastructure, industry, etc. But what's really interesting is the growth rate. If you compare to only May of that 2023, so from May to October, the number of projects announced were increased by 36%. On an annual basis, that's what, 70. And also the amount of dollars estimated to be invested in all of these projects until 2030 rose by another 30% to a whopping number of $570 billion. And where do we come in this? Well, everywhere along the whole value chain, you will need sensors, from the production to storage, through transportation and use, in various different forms and shapes, of course. But why is that? Well, there are a number of things that can challenge the progression of our road to sustainable future. First one is safety. This whole hydrogen economy, it will not happen if it's not safe. And given that hydrogen is the smallest molecule there is, if you give it the slightest chance to sneak out, it will. And if you mix it up with air, 4% hydrogen, the tiniest spark will create a very big spark, if you put it that way. So safety is critical, and maybe above all. But also, if you think about $570 billion being invested in here, of course you want profitability in the end. And that comes through efficiency. So you want to make sure that you run your processes where you produce or use hydrogen the best possible way, and also with minimum downtime. And that is where sensors can play a big role. But what's our reason to win? What do we bring to the table, so to speak? A number of different things in here that are very important. First of all, we are actually specific as a sensor to hydrogen. As I said, it's a small molecule. It's not that easy to measure. And many of the sensors out there, they measure combustible gases. Well, in certain cases, that can be okay, but you want to know what you're measuring. Second, speed. Particularly when it comes to safety, speed is critical. The fastest we have measured is 0.3 seconds. And the critical thing is actually to switch out the air so the sensor can sense it. So we are really fast. That gets a lot of interest. Another one, which is maybe not that evident, is that we do not require oxygen to work. But many sensors actually do that. They work through catalytic reactions, for instance. But many of the customers that we talk to, they want to create an environment around their hydrogen installation that is what we call inert, which could be oxygen-free or at least low on oxygen. But of course, you still want to measure if you have a leak, otherwise you're just moving the problem to another stage. So that's important. The optical readout port is another aspect. Since it is an optical method, we can separate the sensor chip from the electronics, which does have a safety feature to it, but also we can measure through fiber optics from a distance, which can be important in applications where you have limited space, such as airplanes, for instance. And there's a flexibility in the platform where we can change coatings, alloys, etc., to tune it for different situations. But what's the sort of the proof of the pudding? There's no point in developing something if nobody wants it. Do we have commercial traction? And yes, we do. These are the commercial deals that we have announced. And in 3 of these, we are delivering what we call the MPS P1 product, which is our prototype, as a leak detector, and delivering that into the power side, the marine side, and the process chemistry. So that's the MPS P1. On the aviation deal, it's more the fiber optic capability that is of interest in that. And we do see a lot of interest on this one. Quite often, actually, companies that are developing a hydrogen solution or application, wherever it might be, they look at what's out there in the marketplace, and there are a number of different sensors out there, but they always come to the conclusion, or very often at least, that what's out there is not going to do the job. What do you guys at INSPLORION do? And those discussions, of course, are what we then try to pivot into deals like this and then going forward. This is how the MPSP1 looks like. And what we sell here is a field test ability, so you can, in pilots, in designs, whatever it might be, where you want to look for hydrogen. We've done commercial deliveries, but the next step here is to scale up for larger volumes and create the P2 product, which will also be ATEX certified. And ATEX certification means that it's certified to be situated in explosive environments. And for higher volumes, of course, that is needed. For the initial deals that we do, not so much, but for the higher volumes going forward. So this is a critical part for us. So our strategy then really relies on 3 pillars. First, and what we do, sell the MPSP1 for projects, validation, pilot, etc. What's important to remember here is that many of these are stepping stones into larger deals going forward. Many of the customers always want to try and see if it fits. We're not so, it's not so important for us what the application is at that stage. It can be leak detection or process for that matter. But in parallel, the second pillar is to launch the ATEX certified products in Q1 2025. It's high priority for us. The third pillar is partnerships. We want to work through partners. That's the best way to get fast to the market at scale. And partnerships for us take 2 forms. Either is a commercial rollout on the NPSP2, or it can be for certain segments where you want to do a co-development. I mentioned the aviation industry, again, as an example of where that could be. We would never go on our own and develop a product for the aviation industry because we know it's far away, but there's still money in partnerships and interest. Of course, we also have a team to make this happen, and I will not go through all the names, but we have a good mix of business, commercial, technical, and product development to make this happen. And of course, a board as well. And again, not going through all the names, but they're all experienced, help guide us. And also, as you can see, we have very relevant industry experience in there through, maybe in particular through Magnus, the chairman of PowerCell, and Hedvig, who's VP Hydrogen H2 Green Steel. A lot of good input, and you know. So why should you consider owning shares in INSPLORION? And I would suggest you own them for a long time because there's a lot of potential. Hydrogen is a critical part to a sustainable future. Major investors are already going in there and will only continue. It might be one of the biggest mega drives everyone here in this room will see. We continued to accelerate the transition to this by providing value in every step through that value chain. It is a unique technology which actually addresses real pain points for the products, for the customers. We are in commercial phase and we're making that pivot. We already made it from a technology company to a commercial company and now to product and higher volumes company. And of course, there is a solid foundation and a good team to make it happen. Questions?
Thank you for that. So, if I look at the presentation here, I can't help but feeling, if we look at the safety aspects, it seems like a no-brainer. And forgive me my ignorance here, but if you get the ATEX certification, why wouldn't you know, like all the aviation clients be standing there knocking on your door?
Maybe not the aviation clients. They need something else with the fiber optics. But many others, particularly you have the marine segment, which is very interesting and is happening. And then, of course, you can always debate which application area will come first and second and so forth. And I think the honest truth is that I don't think anyone knows exactly which application will come first. I just came back from US, as you mentioned. They believe big time in long-haul trucking. And I think that's a good segment too. But then you have others talking about electrolysis and so forth, and all of these different things. The good thing what we do is that we're actually applicable no matter what, in every segment. Safety will always be important. And of course, you know, ATEX approval that's a license to hunt.
Oh, okay.
But it's
so the key word there is a license to hunt. And it's a good segue to my next question, which gives you a feeling that we've already rehearsed this, which we haven't. But I mean, you're launching a lot of pilot projects, and you mentioned shipping, aviation, energy, and chemical sectors. What would the synergies be? And if not, is there a risk that you are spreading yourself too thin here? Because, I mean, the world is your oyster, yes, but...
Yeah. No, I don't think it's a risk to spread too thin, but because it will be the same product for this one. There will be further, product variations in the future, absolutely. But for now, it's the same product, slightly different applications from time to time where you use hydrogen, but safety is still critical. I think where you will see a difference is the kind of partnerships that we choose for different sectors. The whole market is quite widespread. You'll find sensors in many different segments. It will be impossible and maybe also stupid of us to try to build up our own sales force and try to address all of that. So working through partners, like in marine sector, we have this initial partnership with Consilium and then others, it would that I think where you will see the difference, and maybe pricing will be different too. But we'll get to that.
Oh, okay, yeah. But then again, if we look at the partners here, what kind of partner is it? Would that be a distributor of your products, or would it be someone that you co-develop something with, or is it the same? I mean, a combination.
No, well, it can always be a combination depending on the partners, of course. But for the MPSP2. It will be more of a commercial relationship. That can be, let's call it a simple distributorship if you want to. We prefer, however, to have more deep relationship in specific segments, where we can talk about exclusivity and those kind of things. We believe that gives more incentive to the partner to drive sales and invest in building the market. But of course, in certain areas, you can have a general distributor as well. But then we will also see co-development partnerships, but that will be in different applications where we know we have more work to do in order to bring a product for that specific segment to the market. And we want to do that together with partners in select areas. I'm mentioning the aviation again because it's such an obvious area where that would make sense.
And if we look at the employees here, do you need to expand in any particular area? To me, it sounds like you perhaps need to boost up the sales, but then again, you need to be able to deliver and perhaps develop. So,
I mean, as a part of the whole ATEX approval, a part of that is building up a robust supply chain, of course. So adding a little bit of capabilities on that side makes sense. I don't think we need to add a lot on the commercial side, to be quite honest. Maybe incremental, of course, but it's not like we want to double the company in 1 year's time from that perspective. So I think we can run it relatively lean, to be quite honest.
And your warrant subscription ended yesterday.
Yep.
So would you have any news on that? And would you like to elaborate a little bit of that capital injection? Because it goes hand in hand with the development of where you are and where you're going.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. All of that goes into the 3 pillars of our strategy that I just mentioned, the MPS1 sales, the partnerships, and the ATEX approval. It was subscribed to 72%, which I think in this market was pretty decent. And we also choose, like we did in the previous capital raise, to use no guarantee consortium or anything like that. So the money goes into the company and works there. That is where we want it.
And if we look at coming back to what you deliver to your clients, who finds whom here? You had a slide on a couple of contracts. Did you find your client, or did the client find you? It seems like the clients need you. Obviously, you need your clients, but
yes,
you get my drift.
Yes, it is a combination of both. But to be quite honest, I'm more used to us, as a company, you search for your customers and clients. In this case, we've had much more incoming interest where they've done their homework and the research and realize, we need something different. Oh, here's this company. Of course, we should always be proactive and reach everyone, but there's so many out there. But a combination of both, which I'm happy for. Of course, it's good that they find us, they realize we have unique capabilities to solve their needs.
And my guess is that if you go over to the States and you present what you have, the brand knowledge has increased, one could argue. Would you agree?
One could argue, but just coming back from this delegation with the energy department that you mentioned, and in all the conversations we've had, there's always been, okay, guys, we'll need those sensors, which is a good expression. There is a need, and we'll try to capitalize on that, of course, in the US market as well.
And then again, looking ahead in 12 months' time, what should we expect? What should we look for?
More deals, executing the strategy, basically. So more sales of MPS P1, partnerships for MPS P2, progress on the ATEX approval, which we'll see what we can communicate on that, but it's it's already ongoing. So yeah, us executing on what we're saying that we are going to do.
So you would expect 2024 to be a very hectic year?
Well, it was last year as well.
I was going to say that.
But it's going to continue to be hectic.
Yeah. So you're running your shoes there. Interesting, excellent. Thank you for that. I think we give you a warm hand.
Thank you. Tack så mycket.
And now it's time for a lunch break, and then we will reassemble here 12:35 sharp, where we will continue with company presentations and panel discussions. So thank you for your patience, and see you at lunch. Thank you. Ja, välkomna tillbaka, eller som vi då säger på engelska, welcome back. We will start the remainder of the day with a word from one of our hosts. So it's a great pleasure to introduce Jonas Ljungström, Director and Senior Partner, no less, at Naventus. Jonas, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. First of all, I'm glad to see such a nice audience, and I would like to remind you that it's our 12th summit, and we are really pleased to have our partners Nordnet and Nasdaq also contributing to this event. And I would like to mention also, of course, Investor Target that has made a great job. And renewable energy, it's a fantastic sector. And it's one of our core focuses at Naventus, the renewable sector. And I think we had a great macro presentation from the Storebrand fund manager who gave us the broad picture of the development, short term and long term as well. And I feel confident that you will be successful. The question is if it's short term or long term. I believe all of us here that has been active in the renewable sector are strong believers in the electrification, but also humble with the time that developments take. I think it was great in the morning to hear the interesting presentations around plastics and solvents, recycling, I would say, and how to replace fossil energy, or not energy, fossil materials, let's call it, and replace it with more bio-based materials, or rather, I would say, waste streams. So it was great to hear the CIRCHEM, the BIOEXTRAX, and as well as NEXAM and ECORUB, of course. Having a view into the interesting hydrogen sector with INSPLORION's sensors, and then into the interesting electrolyzer producer, or rather electrolysis process that METACON is involved in. During the afternoon now, I think we are going to listen now to three very interesting companies. First of all, that all work with biomaterials as an input, mainly from waste streams, I would say. And I don't know how they would explain it later themselves, but a lot coming from waste streams initially, at least from the forest industry. So it's going to be a pleasure to listen to Henrik and to Rolf and to Niklas at these companies, and to listen at the interesting panel discussions they will have in their sort of joint efforts in the taking a relevant place in the market. And then I will enjoy also, together with you, to listen to GOMERO, which is more optimizing clients' efficiency in their current systems. And at the latest, of course, with the ocean energy producer MINESTO. So, as being one of the hosts for the 12th time, I'm really glad to see you all and all interesting partners, companies, and attendants. And I must say, it's much more pleasant to be here today than it was the 10th of March when the pandemic just went out. So it's much nicer to have those hybrid events with a lot of audience, as well as, of course, people joining from behind their screens. So thank you very much, everyone, for attending the event, and it's a pleasure to host it.
Thank you. And I think we can give him a round of applause. Thank you.
Thank you.
And now it's an absolute pleasure to introduce the next couple of speakers who more are involved in the future energy supply. And first out of the blocks is Henrik Båge, CEO and co-founder of Phoenix Biopower. Please, welcome. Nice to see you again.
Thank you.
This is a company developing high-efficiency biopower technology for on-demand renewable power. And with that, I leave the floor to you.
Thank you, Carlo. Good to be back here at Spegelsalen in the Grand Hôtel. Let's see. There we go. Phoenix Biopower, we've been around. We were founded in 2016, raised our first money in 2018. We're now a team of 12 with operations in Sweden, Berlin, and Switzerland. Let's just do a little backdrop. What is it about plannable renewables and why do we need it? You guys heard about the energy transition, right? So these are numbers from Energiföretagen. So this is where we are now, consuming about 140, 150 terawatts of electricity, producing about 180, so we're exporting 30 or 40. If we don't invest in any new production capacity, by 2045, we'll have 40 terawatts worth of production capacity left. That's basically hydro, and maybe one or two nuclear plants. The need, at the same time, is expected to be 330. Last week, we got the energy bill from the government, from the Swedish government. They said 300. Okay, so that's that's close enough. Now, there's a bit of gap here, as you can see. There's a kind of big one. And between now, 2024, and 2045, well, you all know the math, that's not a lot of years. And energy systems are built over decades, not years. So by then, we need to build 2 Sweden of today in terms of consumption. 2 Sweden. Because every wind turbine you see out there is going to be taken down and replaced. Every single one. More, unless the ones that have been erected this or last year. All the biopower plants, most of the nuclear, everything needs to be gone. So this is a lot. Now, how much is that a lot? Well, it's about 30 Forsmark nuclear power plants in production capacity. 30. Or 21,000 onshore wind turbines. Now, I hope you kind of get the idea of the challenge that we're facing. So it's not just a matter of, we're going to build 1 or 2 nuclear power plants. Dude, it's not enough. And it's going to cost copious amounts of money. 1,000 euros per individual in Sweden every year until 2045 for production and grid capacity. So I think now we've kind of established the need for more renewable power production capacity, right? And our take on this is high-efficiency biopower, where we can double the electricity output from biomass compared to current technologies. And it's also an on-demand technology, so you get it when you need it, not when you get it. There's a slight difference there. And we've seen that from our power pricing in Sweden over the past 2 to 3 years. In the summer, we've seen record low or negative prices, and in the winters, we've seen record high. And this picture is basically the same all across Europe. So this is not a Swedish phenomenon. It's even worse in Finland, and it's kind of bad in continental Europe as well. And how do we do this? Okay, traditionally, biopower is an advanced steam engine. You burn the fuel, boil the water, get steam, drive a turbine, etc. You get around 30% of electricity out of the energy content of the biomass. That's the conversion ratio or efficiency. We do it slightly differently. We take the same biomass and we pressurize it and then we gasify it. So you take the biomass, like this piece of wood here, and I heat it up to around 900 degrees, then it gasifies, turns into a gas which is combustible. I inject some steam and then to cool it, and then I clean it out for pollutants. Now I have a combustible, clean gas, which drives a gas turbine, not a steam turbine, a gas turbine. which then produces the electricity. Through the integration that we do, we see that we get between 50 and 80% higher electrical efficiency from the biomass compared to your good old steam engine. And also what happens is the ratio between heat and power changes. Traditionally, it's like 30 electricity and 70 heat. We get about 50-50. That means I can get almost 3 times as much local power generation from a district heating grid in a township, wherever. And so I can produce 3 times as more local electricity, reducing my need for transfer, and also increase the transfer capacity in the grids out there. And this in itself then drives lower cost of production compared to your traditional technology. We want to do this and run this through in plants. And this is an illustration of our smallest size plant. It's 10 megawatt electric, or 25 megawatts of fuel. That is, in terms of electricity, it's 8,000 to 10,000 households worth of production. In terms of district heating, it's about 3,000 or 4,000 single-family homes, just to give you sort of a mental idea. We're looking at 3 sizes. The P10, as we call it, is our smallest. It has a lot of technical reasons and also financial reasons why we don't want to go smaller. We also have 4 times the size, the P40, and then we have the real big boy at 100 megawatts electric. So it's about almost 200 megawatts of fuel. And when we plot the efficiencies that we calculated through our projects and modeling, we see that we're significantly, is there a pointer here? Yes, it is, but it doesn't work. We significantly higher efficiency compared to, this is the blue ones are the traditional biopower plants that we have in the marketplace today. So it's a pretty big step up for the launch generation, and then the more mature when we can go up in firing temperatures, more advanced materials, etc. In terms of fuel, what do we feed these things? That's a pretty common question that I get. We start out with forest residues, grot in Swedish. We can also utilize pellets, if that is available. We will also be looking at return woods, if those are available, especially the cleaner fractions. But we are also investigating agricultural waste streams, such as bagasse and corn stover, which is basically the part of the corn plant which you don't eat. And we see that these are globally available feedstocks. So this is not a technology designed for Scandinavia. It's a global technology. And that comes with, when you talk to I think that's the next slide. Yeah, here, in the next slide. Because we see 2 main applications for our plant. First, we have sort of you can call it the Scandinavian version, combined heat and power. We produce electricity in district heating. And as you can see, I can produce 3 times as more electricity from the same district heating grid, since the ratio between heat and power is different. And I also get a lower cost of electricity produced. It's on demand. I can also operate it without getting paid for the district heating because my efficiencies are higher, and it makes it more profitable. The other one, which is more global, is the bio-CCS or BECCS applications, where we work with negative emissions. So we have the plant, the traditional plant, but at the back end we put a carbon capture unit. So we capture the carbon, which was originally captured from the air through the photosynthesis, and then I get negative emissions. Now the market for negative emissions is burgeoning. It's very new. It's not really there yet, but it's growing. There are copious billions of dollars or euros invested into the upcoming market for negative emissions. And we do believe that that will be the application for our technology for markets where there is no district heating, or you just skip the district heating to get a baseload plant which can operate all year round, not being dependent on the seasonal functionality of the district heating. So these are the 2 main applications that we see before us. And we do believe that it's lower cost of electricity for both applications, but also for the BECCS plant, it's lower cost of capture compared to your current technologies with the steam cycle and capture at the back end. In addition to the 2 that I've just mentioned, biopower with heat and biopower with negative emissions, we can split apart our gasification unit and the gas turbine unit. And for the gasification unit, I can use that to produce carbon negative green hydrogen for industrial purposes, or other industrial gases for industrial uses, for burner gases, etc. Or we can take the gas turbine, which has a very flexible combustion system, meaning that I can use different kinds of fuels without changing the hardware. And we run tests where we've gone from 100% syngas to 100% hydrogen to 100% LPG and back, with stable flame, sub-ppm levels on NOx, and very clean combustion numbers. And that would then be a gas turbine you can use for peak shaving, to operate on biomethane, hydrogen, or whatever gaseous fuel you have available to sort of harvest those few hours that are very, very expensive, for instance. Or you can go in and offer grid services. And these are all expected to be huge markets out there. So this is, the whole bioenergy sector is growing 2 to 4 times that of the global economic growth. So this is really a growing marketplace. We're now a team of 12, as I mentioned in the beginning. We have a very small board led by Stefan Jakelius, together with Katarina. We have a very good functioning board. We are looking to expand that in the coming year with 1 or 2 people. We have a pretty vast background, both from academia and industry, across different disciplines. And we're actually located in a closed-down coal-fired power plant up at KDH campus. So it's pretty fun to work in an old fossil plant developing renewable technology. And if you want to come visit, you're welcome. Taking us to commercialization, we go by way of what we call a demonstration plant. That is the smallest size plant. It's a 10 megawatt plant that it's a project that we are looking to commission that at the end of the decade, or 2030, and goes through a 2-phase mechanism where we first do the gasification and test it out together with a rebuilt gas turbine at lower scale. And in this case, we're not talking smaller scale in terms of size, we're talking pressure. Because the full operating pressure is 30 bar in the gasification. Here we run it at 10 bar, so it's about a third in terms of size and in terms of fuel. And once we've tested out the whole gasification and integration with the gas turbine and the whole BTC process, then we replace the first rebuilt existing gas turbine with the optimized gas turbine under development with our partner Zoya. And then we up the fuel capacity and the pressure to get a full-scale operational unit. And by doing this in sort of a phase, rather than building first a pilot and then build a demo, we save about 300 million kroner and 4 years. So I think that's good use of funds. We are currently looking to raise a seed round of 5 million euros. We are in discussions with a number of VCs. I'm happy to talk to more people. And the purpose of this seed round is to take the technology to what's called TRL5. And that is validation in relevant environments in terms of the gasification, the combustion, and the plant integration technology. And where we'll be doing a lot of our testing in Finland with VTT, in TU Berlin for the combustion, and also with KDH, RISE, and also internally. And and we expect to complete this project by early 2026. Sooner if it's a matter of funding, basically, how fast we can run and recruit our team. So that is sort of my key focus now, is to secure this seed round. And we hope to close this out before we all go on summer vacation. And with that, I have about 6-7 minutes left, and I think I want to open the floor to questions. And in the meantime, if we can get this going here, you can see a little film here about what we see could be a future plant. But Carlo, please, questions.
Yes. First and foremost, China China has been an important target for a future market, and you mentioned that previously in other presentations. Is that still the case, and has anything changed with, let's say, pandemics or macroeconomics?
China is, together with India, extremely interesting markets. They have large streams of potential fuels. They have a huge need to decarbonize. China is very complicated from a political, business and legal point of view. It's easy to get money in and hard to get money out. The IP question is also very difficult. But I do believe if you sign the right partnerships and technology transfer, just as we saw METACON earlier today, you can do it. It's just a matter of how you structure your cooperation with the right partners, because you need to have you need to have boots on the ground with local partners that you trust. And the same thing goes for India. But there the sort of IP risk is significantly lower, because they sort of have a Western take on IP rather than China has a different one.
But it would be fair to say that they really acknowledge the problem and the situation.
Yeah, absolutely.
So it will be easy in an initial discussion to get some traction.
I actually have one of many meetings with potential partners already tomorrow. So I mean, these are always discussions that are ongoing for the various markets. That's sort of my job.
And you have recently executed a successful string of capital injections with Almi and convertibles, and you've been very busy, one could say. And this is matched by positive results from demonstration plants. So, and you mentioned here a capital injection. What can you tell us about the timeline going forward? Let's say you close this successfully in the summer, and then we look forward for, let's say, a half year and the next coming 12 months. What shall we expect from you?
It will be the first part of, I would say, for the coming 12, 15 months, it's a lot of prep work. And then at the back end of 25 and early 26, it will be a lot of high pressure testing on both the gasification and the combustion side. So unfortunately, these things, the prep work is very extensive. It takes a long time to get these things in place. And then once we do, then we do a series of testing, invest in different kinds of test modes. We investigate different kinds of fuels, et cetera, to do that. So a year and a half from now, we are in the testing. We are into the testing in Finland and in Germany and up in Sweden to take us towards the TRL5, as I mentioned. At the same time, on the commercial side, we have identified the site for this boy. And where we want to put it, most likely is going to be on an existing energy utility site, so we can share permits, fuel handling, etc., and a lot of infrastructure. But the idea is to identify the site this year and start working with the pre-studies and the pre-feeds beginning of next year.
And you mentioned before that you were in an old energy plant with the old energy sources, and also you mentioned quite casually that everybody is welcome to visit. But what's the address, and how does one do when I want to see you in the flesh?
Easiest way is just send me an email.
Okay.
Henrik.bagge@finishbiopower.com or info@finishbiopower.com, goes to the same place, me. And then we'll try to set up a time. And we're located at KDH campus.
Yes.
So basically you take the tube to Tekniska högskolan, and it's a 300-meter walk, and we'll be there.
So
a big concrete block with its stack on it.
It's quite close. And what's the plan when it comes to going public? And if one wants to invest at this stage in Phoenix Biopower, how should one do? So that's two questions.
In terms of public listing and floating, had it not been for our dear dictator Putin, we'd probably be listed by now.
Okay.
Because we had a target set for late 22, early 23, but that obviously didn't happen. The markets currently are not very well forthcoming to pre-revenue companies, even though things are starting to happen. I would think, it's hard to make promises, but at least within 2 years, probably within a year, depending on how the markets develop, we could be doing. How do you want to do if you want to invest? We are doing our seed round now. It's not a public offering that we've done before, so it's slightly limited. If one can go by way of private banking services, and then we can see if we can tailor something up, that's one way of doing it. We have 2,300 shareholders. It's not uncommon that you want to reposition your portfolio, so there are a handful of people that are looking to sell small holdings. So that can be sort of mediated.
So the key word here would be that that there is a plan, but you're not ready to go public until you're ready, which I think is prudent. And also another reason to get in touch with Henrik Bage at Phoenix.power if one has an interest.
Yeah, phoenixpower.com, not the other way around.
Right, good. Well, the idea was here to repeat it and repeat it. Excellent.
Like this.
There it is.
Now you can all read.
Yes. Now, we will continue in a panel discussion, so we will dig in deeper. But thank you very much, Henrik, and I think we'll give him one warm hand of applause.
Thanks for having me.
And now we continue on our journey on the energy supply side. So our next speaker, Rolf Ljunggren, and I'll give you an applause here. Welcome. Is the current CEO of CORTUS. And Rolf, you state that CORTUS' mission is to help customers to transition to a renewable production.
Yeah.
And here to tell us you are. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much. Happy to be here today as well and presenting. This is our plant down in Höganäs in southern Sweden. It's been there for a couple of years. What we're doing is actually take the biomass from the left-hand side here. We dry it, we make pyrolysis, and then gasify it and send it to Höganäs, where they substitute natural gas for our renewable syngas in their heating processes. So this is what we do. Company has been around for a couple of years. We've been listed on the First North list since 2013. Began with the idea of making gasification of biomass more efficient and testing in a small scale. First, industrial tests in 2009, 150 kilowatt, then working with a pilot, first gasifier in 2011, continued with that, doing some biomethane work, driving cars with homemade methane, and it's actually doable from that good quality of gas we produce. We then started working with Höganäs, first plant, and put it there, and has been there, and we are running for demonstration with Höganäs. And we have had some challenges in this work. It has been longish, and it really takes some efforts in doing this. What we see as the next step is really about the application of the syngas, the gasified biomass. And here one can say that hydrogen is of course one interesting thing. And as the last speaker said, the CO2 market, the biogenic CO2 market, makes actually hydrogen from biomass really interesting, because the high value of the CO2 that can be separated and sequestrated really turns that into a very cost-efficient production route. Green power with carbon capture is of course one way of going, but then green natural gas is what does that mean? It means that we produce the raw gas for doing that, and then we have a catalytic process to put the atoms together in the right order. We have also been working within steel industry for their carbon demand. They are a big consumer of carbon products, and we have since 2011 produced carbon in different ways. For that purpose, which is an integrated part of our processing. We have also been working with methanol, another way of putting those molecules together to get a valuable product as a fuel, especially for the maritime sector, and this is typically Norway. Green diesel and jet fuel is is also we've been working in a project in Norway, a project which is quite an interesting one. We are located here in Kista, outside Stockholm. We have our test plant that is mothballed in Köping, and then our industrial reference in Höganäs. So what are we doing in Höganäs? We are producing syngas on and off for a demonstration. It's for a reheating furnace. And in parallel, we use some spare capacity to produce biochar. And the biochar we sell as a soil improver and carbon storage. We are working with different engineering assignments for new projects here in Sweden, in Norway, Germany, and also Ireland. We see in Germany we have delivered a 0.5 megawatt gasifier to be started this year. One can also say that the general picture here, the market drive for industrial green solutions is really good. It's booming, and as I've been working with this for a long time, it's like a big difference from when I started. And it's really that the industry is pulling for new solutions for green energy and making their fossil dependence go away. So what we see is that we, by producing syngas, selling that to Höganäs as planned, together with the biochar, we can actually start earning some money in Höganäs. We have the engineering work that we do here in Stockholm with our engineering team, which helps us then to make that part of the company actually earn some money too. And this is a turnaround for us, and it means that we can then start working with new projects, new deliveries. You will hear this, you just heard it, you hear it from me again. The waste biomass is available, and it actually comes to an attractive pricing. You can say that the biomass has been, the last 1.5 years, the prices has increased enormously, twice what it was before, and is actually 2.5 times when we started our operation in Höganäs in 2020. We can say that the energy prices helps us, the CO2 pricing, especially when it comes to the carbon sequestration. The demand is it's enormous. You saw the numbers on the electricity side. When it comes to the industrial demand for steel, for chemicals, for refineries, it's similar, but for each of those industries. So I mean, we can only cover a small portion of that, and then. The green transport fuels is, of course, important part in this. We think that these methanol for the maritime sector is a very good spot to be. About our technology, we have divided a traditional gasification of biomass. So, I mean, fundamentally, we take solid biomass and we, in a thermal process, turn it into gas. Clean gas. So we start by drying the biomass, and then we do a slow pyrolysis, meaning that we process the biomass so it becomes like a char, like a barbecue char, you can say. And then we mill that to a very fine powder, and we run it through a reactor here, which runs at 1100 degrees. And we inject steam and the char powder into that, and then we get a very, very pure gas out of this. It's 60% hydrogen, 30% CO, then 1% or so of methane, and the rest being CO2. So this composition with twice as much hydrogen as CO is perfect for catalytic processing, which is it's just a coincidence that this actually happens, but it is very good for us. In the end, we cool the gas down to temperature, and then we can pressurize it or send it further to any process. But the important thing is that the cooling gives us the steam we need for the processing. And what we do to heat is that we heat the process completely indirectly. And indirectly means that we can control the flue gases. We can use the hot flue gases from the gasifier to heat the pyrolysis, and after heating the pyrolysis, it can be used for the drying. So we can be very energy efficient in this as well. And if we look upon this, it means that from the incoming biomass, we get 80% of the energy out in the syngas in the end. And this is actually with the integrated drying, it's fairly efficient. And we have been in our test plant in Köping, we have tested more than 30 different biomasses gasified in an efficient way. We have tested in lab scale for reactivity, for drying, pyrolysis, and gasification, more than 300 different biomasses by now. So it's there is. When we come to a new case, we can easily find, is this biomass that is chosen for the project, is it viable or not? And usually we have some similar tests done to sort that out quickly. If we look upon this now, the development has been in stages, and our development has been from 0.5 megawatt gasifier to a 6 megawatt gasifier in Höganäs, and then the modular version of this for scaling up. And this is really important to us, because when it comes to using the IP that we have for our continued business, it really that there are so strong demands for this. If we take each point here, the biogas in the EU, 35 billion cubic meters of renewable by 2030. It's actually it's actually more than 10 times what it was in 2022. So it's really aggressive. But you can say that each normal cubic meter has a value of about €1 to get the value of this market. You can say when it comes to methanol, it's really a quick growth for the maritime sector, and it's Maersk is the one pushing this on a global scale. When it comes to green hydrogen, these are ridiculous numbers. A 75-fold increase of the capacity until 2030. Anyone seeing those numbers understands that the growth rate of this is not really realistic. I mean, that is outrageous. But it's a good opportunity, and one can say while electricity needs to be generated somewhere, it needs to be distributed to where you have an electrolyzer. We don't need that. We can build a plant, and we can do that in 18 months to actually have the hydrogen available. And then it's the CO2 sequestration. It's really a market that has come strongly within the last two years, I would say, where the value of the biogenic CO2 for sequestration is high. It's really twice as much as the CO2 emission rights within EU. The point to this is that it gets to a subsidy for any use of biomass in these industrial applications, because it has such a high value. And yeah, the US Inflation Reduction Act, we will see what happens with that by November. Yeah, the Höganäs project, 6 megawatt plant, 20 years offtake agreement. It means 10,000 tons less CO2 emission for Höganäs at its full capacity. And there is an expansion possibility for us there. So it's a good starting point. But it's also, when we work with new projects, we have this production facility. We have all the operations. We have the possibility to train new operators, new maintenance personnel and engineers. So it's a fantastic thing for us. We use Höganäs is the supplier of our utilities, water, air, compressed air, and so on. Electricity we buy from them. We support the plant with our process experts here from Kista, and then we have all kind of third parties working with us. So we have been producing this clean syngas from the start. We have had our issues when it comes to the availability of the plant, but we think we are on the right path here now to get the numbers right and to start with longer operations. We have implemented a new way of how we work with new projects. We call front-end load project model. The thing about that is to get the whole engineering done before you do the final investment decision. And why is that important? Yeah, it's important because the variability of function, of cost, and time for the project will be minimized. We work with projects within just syngas, with biogas, or with hydrogen. And the number here, 100 kilograms of hydrogen per ton of dry biomass, it's a little contradictive because the biomass itself has about 60 kilograms per ton of dry biomass. So it comes from the steam that we add. But this is really world class. We have also been working here in Sweden with a new project together with a company called Nordbex for power generation with carbon capture. And the interesting thing about this is really that it's for southern part of Sweden where there is a lack of base load in the electric grid. One can get a decent price for the electricity, but it's actually when the CO2 is sequestrated and we get paid for that, then the business becomes really good. Yeah, and Nordbex themselves have this way of presenting, going from the forest residues, gasification of biomass, electricity generation with gas engines, and the capturing of the CO2. So electricity, some heat, and then the captured CO2, which makes the business case. We've been scaling up and scaling down. This is the biggest one we have been doing. It's 140 megawatts on the left-hand side here for a diesel project in Norway. In Germany, it's a small, in the very other end, 0.5 megawatts for hydrogen production. We have working in Ireland for a couple of years for a first biogas methane production facility, and in Norway on the right-hand side for a methanol plant that we did last year, a project called Highwood. So we see the demand for gasification grows quickly, and that because it is an industrial way of changing from fossil to renewable. We see the willingness to go to long-term supply agreements. We have a modular system to work with getting the solutions to the customers. And we are also, since a couple of years, working with some heavy engineering companies, American and European, and it's good for us. It makes us develop. We are a small but knowledgeable team. We are 30 people, 20 people in Höganäs and about 10 in Kista. So this is really what we are. And we are issuing rights right now, a program that will start in April. It's really to guaranteed issuing of units, and there's this makes a little financial engineering, I should say, with a guarantee on the bottom and a top-down underwriting. But you will see more on this on our homepage and on our through our financial advisors and so on. But it's a very good opportunity to come into to the growth of this company. So, thank you very much.
Thank you, Rolf. Very comprehensive. So, if we start at the bottom here with the transaction, what is the use of the proceeds? What's the thinking going forward there?
The use of the proceeds, the most important is, of course, to finalize the demonstration in Höganäs and get to a continuous delivery to Höganäs. That's the most important. Then it's about developing further the modular plants ready for the first next project, I should say.
And if we look at the timeline, then that's been one of my key questions here. But I mean, looking forward, so when it comes to the projects, what can we expect? 6, 12, 24 months? What do you think?
Our own goal is to have a first next project before the end of the year.
So you better get your skates on then.
Yeah, we better do that.
Well, thank you for that, Rolf.
Thank you.
We'll give you a round of applause, and we'll see you later on the panel discussion.
Sure.
And now it's time to welcome the last guest of this little trio, and it's Niklas Davidsson, CEO of MEVA. So we'll continue with the applauding here. Welcome. Nice to see you. So MEVA is a leading provider of, or world-leading provider, I should say, of gasification technology for renewable energy production based on small fraction fuels. So how does that work? Just tell us.
How much time do I have for that? Yeah, I'll let you know what MEVA Energy is. But first of all, I just want to ask kind of a basic question. Maybe a philosophical one, or theoretical one at least. But what do you think is the best use of biomass for any purpose, really? Generally, what you say is that the best use of biomass is materials production, right? To produce wood beams, planks, building materials in particular. Things like this, you know, is most likely the most high value object you can produce from something out of biomass. But when you do that, and when you manage your forest, you end up with forest residue as well. You can't use all your biomass for materials production. And what you then have to sort to is the production of energy. And speaking about, rephrasing that question a little bit then, what is the best energy use of biomass? That's a completely different question. And then let me argue that the best use of energy, the best use of biomass for energy purposes is a type of use and a type of application where you replace fossil energy use with the biomass. That's the first one. Where you do that at a high efficiency. As much as possible of the primary energy in the biomass should be used to replace the fossil energy. The third one is that you should have a technology that also enables you to create a carbon sink. We need to get rid of the CO2 in the atmosphere. We need to put it back into the ground in one way or the other. So that's the third one. And the fourth one is that you should use a technology that also allows you to use waste materials, even contaminated biomass, for those purposes. If you end up having a technology doing all of those four things, meeting all of those four targets, then I would argue that it's the best way to use the biomass next to production of 17th century furniture, maybe. So yeah, that was just like putting it context into this presentation of MEVA Energy. So this is what we are, the most climate-friendly renewable energy technology you never have heard of. I claim to say that because we are not a listed company, and that kind of puts us off the radar for a lot of people. But we are a Sweden-based company. We were founded up north as a spin-off from Luleå University of Technology many years ago. We're now based in Göteborg, and we have presence also in Östergötland, where we have built our first commercial plant. All right, again, going back to this, to the philosophy here. Imagine this. Imagine a technology that meets these criteria. It directly replaces fossil energy. It does that at high efficiency and at a relatively modest capex. Relatively. We talk about energy transition here. There are some enormous large projects out there, as you know, in particular within hydrogen, of course. It enables carbon sequestration, carbon sink creation, that is. A technology that stands at a relatively high readiness level, technology maturity level. In our case, it's between 8 and 9. And you do that at a relatively low cost per CO2, per kilograms of CO2. That's also a criteria. You need not only to be able to produce renewable energy, you need to do it at relatively low cost, right? And the last one is pretty nice. You know, you have to remember as well that biomass is nothing else from an energy perspective than stored solar energy. That's, you know, the purpose of the photosynthesis. I assume most of you guys, you learned about that in school some years ago, right? So that's what, and we meet these criteria. This is what we do at MEVA Energy. Short about the company, we are, as of today, 45 employees, based in Gothenburg, have our origin in up north then, and we apply a type of gasification technology that is referred to as entrained flow gasification. You have been listening to Rolf and to Henrik here. You could say that all of these three companies are like cousins within the same family. We all do gasification. We do it in a little bit different ways. And our model is what is referred to as entrained flow. I'll explain what that is later on. We have done the complete kind of cycle going from R&D to pilot test in small scale together with RISE to large scale trials with a full scale plant actually up in Piteå. And now we have built our first commercial scale plant as well. That is a plant that is located in Kisa, not Kista, another part of Sweden that is. Outside of Linköping, and it's hosted by a soft tissue paper producer called Sofidel. It's a big Italian producer of tissue paper. So what that plant is doing is that it is producing a kind of a raw biosyngas that directly replaces the use of LPG, gasol, in the tissue mill. So when you dry tissue paper, you need to blow a hot stream of air onto the paper trail, and that hot stream of air is now being produced with biosyngas instead of LPG. So it's a direct replacement of a fossil energy source. We also have a commercial agreement with IKEA Industry in Poland. So we are building the second plant with IKEA's flagship factory in Szponcinek in Poland. It is to be commissioned mid-2025, so about a year from now. We should be close to the commissioning date of that plant. That plant is a little bit different because it utilizes scrap fiber and scrap particles from the production of furniture directly within the IKEA premises. It's an extremely circular and elegant solution. IKEA came to us a few years ago. They pointed at those big piles of furniture dust, MDF residue, and asked, what can we do about it? We've heard about your entrained flow gasification technology. Could this be applied? It took a few years of pre-studies and learning how to do it properly, but now we are to build this second plant within their context as well. Good, strong customer of ours. So basically, these two examples also illustrate the two application areas which we have with MEVA Energy. Either it's about production of biosyn gas to replace manufacturing industry's use of natural gas or LPG, or it's about production of biosyn gas for the purpose of power and heat production within an industrial entity that itself produces the bio-waste. That's the IKEA case. So one is about gas production, the second is about combined heat and power. Yeah, so that's what we do. And what about the graph here? What does this say? Well, this is you have to talk about you know, you can't just sell these stuff based on the green values or the carbon, the low carbon footprint of it. You have to be competitive also price-wise. If we use a low cost or even negative cost feedstock, like we do with the IKEA case, then we are able to produce power at a very, very low cost. So this example here with the 15 euros per megawatt hour production cost for power with the IKEA case, that's of course extremely low. Put it into Swedish context, and that's approximately 15 öre per kilowattimme. So it's a very low production cost of green electricity. That's only doable if you use a negatively priced waste feedstock to start with. Otherwise, you can't achieve that. Right. Many partnerships out there. This is relatively capex-intensive development. You can't do it yourself. You need to team up with a whole lot of other companies out there. We have close ties to the Royal Institute and to RISE, but also more importantly maybe to Andritz and to our turnkey production company or supply company, our EPC to JCP in Czech Republic. Right, a lot of words about that slide. Here's the plant. Here is our first commercial plant hosted at Hôtel. This is the nice view it from the old villa of the owner of the paper mill. It was commissioned last year in October. The first week of October was the first week when anybody were able to dry tissue paper with the use of biosyn gas. So it was a really big moment for us being able to prove that concept. You know, tissue paper, or in Swedish, mjukpapper, that is what you use in everyday life. You use it for hygienic purposes, you use it in the kitchen, you use it to wipe your nose, right? And one key question from Hôtel's point of view when we entered discussions with them was the risk for bad smell. After all, biosyn gas is not from a chemical point of view as pure as LPG. So was there any risk that their high quality tissue paper would have a bad smell? We needed to find out. So we set up, first of all, we tested to dry the paper using biosyn gas in a pilot plant. And then we set up like an odor panel, almost as many as you guys here. And each and every one had to take a sniff of a piece of paper, make a review afterwards. Does this smell bad or not? It was a critical moment for us, and it was also very, very symbolic. Would we have a problem with bad smell or not? But at the end of the day, the story ended in a good way for us. So there was no indication at all of any bad smell. But that was the most important hurdle for the tissue industry before kind of trajecting themselves into this industry. Now we have a relatively strong position, I would say, within that industry. A lot of companies producing tissue paper in the world know about MEVA Energy. We have been covered within their the relevant industry magazines, and we are also a present representative at the relevant industry fairs and so on. So we mean now to harvest on that position. It takes some time before you end up having an industrial position within a certain industry. We are here now within the paper industry. Yeah. Okay. So how does it work for all you techies here? It's relatively simple. This is the gasification vessel. It's relatively small given its output. It's a 5 meter high vessel. You inject a pre-made mixture of fine fraction biomass, so that is biomass sawdust, and air into the top part. You do it at a high speed. you create a swirling moment as this mixture spins down into the vessel. At the same time, you have this conversion between solid biomass and gas. So the gas is effectively created within a few seconds only. After it exits at the top part, it turns around at the bottom and it exits at the top part. And at the bottom, you also have a production of biochar, which is, let me come back to that, what that is later on. Right, here's the plant. I wanted to show you this picture because it's pretty interesting. You see the whole plant structure, all the metal beams, the steel works, but the gasification vessel, that's this one. It's very, very small. So there's a lot of, actually we built the plant with the purpose to enable introduction of a second gasification vessel later on if you wanted to. But it's a very, very neat construction, a lot of output given its size. Yeah. Let me say something about this. I have this one as well. So this again going back a little bit to all the alternatives out there in the energy business, in the energy sector. What racehorse is the best to opt for? Which different technologies should one choose if you're in a certain position? Everybody is making their own case, of course, but I'd say that, and I think it's pretty fair to say that biomass gasification is largely forgotten in Sweden from an application point of view. You don't hear as much about it as you do about nuclear or hydrogen. Those are the two big ones right now. That's where the trend is. But inherently, I would say that the greatest future is for biomass gasification still. One very important reason why companies like ours sometimes need a lot of time to achieve market maturity is that the timing is not entirely correct. And I would say that the timing now is getting better and better and better each and every day and week for this type of technology. It's being pushed. If you look at the debate about how to decarbonize Swedish energy use, a lot of it has been focused on the transportation sector for many, many years. Now that is being switched to the industry sector instead. That's exactly the kind of switch that benefits, that's advantageous for MEVA energy and most likely also for CORTUS and Phoenix, right? So there are some very good things ahead of this sector, and it's obviously also much more mature than in particular hydrogen. That's a constant topic. Okay, final slides here. The biochar, I need to say something about that. So biochar is a type of charcoal that exists at the bottom of our gasification vessel. If you would have a conventional boiler or a conventional panna or kamin, then the residue would be ashes, right? The biochar is the equivalency to ashes. It's a solid byproduct that contains sufficiently high amounts of carbon, making it qualified as biocarbon or biochar. And if you store this biochar in the soil or basically anywhere, you just don't ignite it afterwards, then it remains stable. It does not degrade. If you put a piece of wood out in the nature, it will eventually degrade, forming CO2, going up into space with no use at all. But biochar is solid. So one way to achieve a carbon sink is to use the biochar for soil improvement. It even has functional properties, increasing the ability to grow things on poorly used farming soil. And that's an extremely important benefit of biochar. So it's a very, very good byproduct to have. And interestingly enough, only a few weeks ago, the EU Commission expanded the certification framework for what technologies that are being allowed to be called carbon dioxide removal technologies. And biochar is now one of them. It started out only with a few other ones, but biochar is now qualified. So, and that also means that the the future demand for this will certainly increase. Maybe the last slide here. I think I'm using up almost all my time. This is a nice picture of our sheep, right? How come? Well, again, the biochar. If you use the biochar as food additives for ruminivores, idisslare, then the production of methane within the digestive systems of those animals decreases. It decreases with up to 20%. And the production of methane at farms, at sheep farms, cow farms, pig farms, is the most important source of greenhouse gas emissions within the farming sector. So this is actually pretty amazing. You just use 1% of biochar, you add 1% of biochar to the feed of those animals, and you're able to decrease the production of methane from the digestive systems with up to 20%. This will be a big thing for the future. You will read a lot about this a few years from now. Trust me, I'm sure. Okay, that's it.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Before we start the panel discussion, I would just start with one question here, and that is, you are not listed or quoted. So if one has an aspire to invest, what should one do?
We're not listed now. We think we will do a new investment round next year. There is a possibility that that round also will involve, a public offering. So that's maybe the reason why I'm here, basically addressing, general public like this.
So one should watch the space of MEA on the webpage.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah.
Excellent.
Yeah.
And you mentioned IKEA and Sofidel. Who finds who here? Do you knock on the door and say, we have this beautiful technology? Or do they realize that we have a lot of, leftover when we make our furniture, we need to do something? And in Sofidel, they need a clean, good smelling paper. I mean, how does it work?
Yeah, that's a very good question, actually. And the answers differ from those two cases. With IKEA, it was actually them finding us. So they had set up this internal project trying to identify various technologies of interest, and they obviously found us then. This was back in 2016, so it's been a long story with them as well. With Sofidel, it was the opposite. It was basically us testing out the concept with a few tissue paper producers, and Sofidel, being a family-owned company as well, they were quite quick on that one. So, yeah.
So it smoothened up the process a little bit.
Yeah.
Okay, excellent. Thank you so much, Niklas. And now I would ask you to sit in one of those furniture chairs that you had a little description of. And we will welcome Henrik and Rolf up here for a panel discussion. So welcome, gentlemen. And I will sit here and I will have... I will moderate, and I will also keep an eye on the time here. Now, you are in the same sector, so there are some similarities. But if you would like to describe the difference from you, and also where you think that you complement each other, A, for an investor, and B, for, let's say, a consumer. And I will start with you, Rolf, because you're sitting closest to me.
Thank you. No, but I think the differentiator, I should say, for us is the composition of the syngas. That makes us more relevant when it comes to upgrading with catalytic processes and such things. Then it's a question of the size of a plant, and that can also be a differentiator between us. But I think that's the most relevant.
And Henrik, you agree, or would you like to complement?
Well, I think especially on the size thing.
So it's a size thing.
It's technology-wise, we represent three different technologies, where ours is sort of, quote unquote, the larger one for larger applications per unit then we all can work with blocks and several units, and then we will get sort of a plant overlap. And then we also differ in types of applications, whereas we are more geared toward power generation at very high efficiencies, and also the larger scale.
Niklas?
Yeah, maybe CORTUS and MEVA Energy have a few more similarities comparison with Phoenix Biopower as of now, in particular since we are both targeting gas production and Phoenix is doing CHP eventually. There are differences. There are also many similarities. I think one thing that I would like to highlight is that there is actually the similarities, because from a good point of view. Because we don't just talk about individual companies emerging and making a mark for the future. It's also about the emergence of a small industry here, or a segment, and it is a good thing for us to have other peers forming, to some extent, a cluster context in Sweden. Developing these technologies is not really a surprise, maybe, because we are a country based on managing forests in new innovative ways. So I don't consider the differences so much in my daily work. I look more at the similarities, actually.
And if we look at capital requirement, I've written down a headline here: patience is a virtue, and it seems like it's extremely true when it comes to your sector here, or the renewable sector, because we know something is going to happen, and we know the market is huge, but it's also new technology, which has to be tested, of course. So how do you deal with, regardless of being quoted, officially quoted or not, how do you deal with the development demands from clients and the system to work, and the investors' demands on let's say, annual dividend or a good deal in the market? Let's start with you then, Niklas.
Yeah. Well, these companies are growth companies. To be very honest, Carlo, the issue of annual dividends is not really on the table for us. We want to grow. The growth rate is important. It is also important to make sure that the impact potential is growing. I think that the market, the investor market, and also our real customer market has matured a lot the last few years. We have what could be referred to as maybe the Greta effect, but in a more general context, a lot of industries being much more aware about these issues now. They have set their 2030 targets, and now they need to act upon them and make investments. So the future looks really good for this industry. And that's really the key message here. I think we have been maybe a bit premature in our understanding of when there would be market appetite. I would say that almost all the market appetite is still ahead of us, it's a good position to be in now when we have developed these technologies, when the TRL levels have increased. You come to the market, and then you're there, and you have saved yourself a whole many years in comparison with the ones that are starting as of now. It will be a big hurdle for anybody to get to the point where these three companies are now.
It's a hear from you both.
Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, it's utility scale technology takes at least 10 years to develop. That's just how it is, and there is unfortunately, what we've seen from the investor side is a lack of understanding that utility scale technology, and especially within the energy system, you have these lead times. I mean, we're not developing an app here where the MVP costs €1 million and takes 12 months. My MVP costs 100 million euros almost. I mean, it's in vast magnitude. And then it's also a matter of expectations management. Don't promise that, yeah, I'll have a plant in 2 years, because I'll be lying. It's always, and then add to that, there's always delays for various reasons.
And you mentioned well, technology with apps and so on. So I'll turn to you then, Rolf.
Yeah.
When you have this technology up and running, then what do you say about the barriers of entry? In my humble opinion, the amount of money in technology and time that an investor will spend in your technology will then be fairly rewarding, because if you don't start now, you will not be able to deliver in 10 years time or 3 years time or whatever. How do you view that?
No, but I think that's very true. It's the lead time of getting something like this into an industrial operational plant is long, and there are several steps along the way, and very much of the work is you can say very time consuming, because it's going up and down in temperature, it's cooling down, it's doing whatever analysis, and the lead time is it's sometimes one thinks it's nothing happens, but it's an extreme activity behind. So it's really, it really takes a lot of efforts, and you can say that if you start now, you will of course have an advantage saying that we shouldn't do this, we shouldn't do that, but it is challenging. So I think we are the three of us are in a very good position in that respect.
So soon to harvest then, and the barriers of entry will not be, I mean, they will be significant, I take it.
If I may, I heard a comment from one of the managers of Almi Green Tech. They said that, well, the difference between utility scale deep tech and traditional tech development is that the MVP is cheap, and then you just pour a lot of development money and marketing on it, and then at the end you have a product. For us, it's you need to pour a huge amount of money to get to your MVP, and then when you reach commercial level, like you guys are at now, you sort of, the revenue stream, the commercial risk is extremely low comparatively, because the barrier of entry is not really so much IP, but money. Money and time, which is always tends to be the same thing. And also adding to what you said about the decarbonization. I mean, I know we used to say during the pandemic that the lead head of digitization was the COVID. Well, the lead CO2 conversion driver now is Vladimir Putin.
Yes, you're right. And if we then look at the underlying, well, let's say, fuel here, access to biomass. What can we say about Sweden and the rest of the world? And now we start with you.
Well, I asked Svebio, the organization for bioenergy in Sweden, and the former CEO, he told me that Sweden is using between 140 and 160 terawatt hours of biomass for energy purposes in Sweden. That's basically the amount of electricity. So this is the primary energy source in Sweden today. So there's a lot out there. It's just a matter of, okay, what do we use it for? Can we use it more efficiently? Then it's more. And if we're looking on a European scale, a study from Imperial College said that there is about 4,000 terawatt hours of dry biomass in terms of residues available for energy purposes. So there's a lot out there. It's just a matter of the Nordic countries are very good at the infrastructure of sourcing the waste streams, taking it out of the forest and taking it from the sawmills. The rest of Europe and the world needs to sort of play catch up on sort of taking care of the non-primary parts of the biomass.
And Niklas, you mentioned how you were helping IKEA, and they helping you. So I would take it, you know, it's there is always a way to find, let's say, the fuel. If I express myself a little bit casual here. Going forward here, because you mentioned Poland as well with the IKEA here, how do you see the difference there? Is there any difference regulation-wise? Or?
Yes, there are differences in regulation. You have to work those areas as well. Get to the point where you understand the regulation and when you can deal with it. Most of the European countries are similar in terms of the big general frameworks. So we have the Renewable Energy Directive, we have the Industrial Emissions Directive, but that's the type of knowledge you need to build. If not directly in-house, you need to have it easily accessible. Yeah, I think that at the end of the day, it's also a hurdle for newcomers once you have positioned yourself as somebody who knows the frameworks, who can say to your customer, we know the framework, we know exactly what level of nitrox and NOx emissions that you're allowed to have and not, and we can promise to stay below that threshold. There's also this very neat mechanism within the EU framework that is referred to as best practice. Okay. So some of the frameworks they specify that if a technology obtains a best practice status, that technology is kind of commissioned to be the one to use. Not particularly from a certain company or from a certain brand, but in generally defined, it should be, like in this case, gasification maybe for some of the challenges that the world is facing when it comes to waste disposal and waste energy use. So and that's of course a very interesting position. If you would be able to qualify one of these technologies as the best practice technology within a certain niche segment within the EU, you could almost have a monopolistic situation. So
you get another barriers of entry there, you could say.
Yeah, sure.
And Rolf, if we come back to the access to the underlying fuel here and your cooperation here with Höganäs, anything to add or comment here on the access?
No, but I would say that we've seen an upturn in the prices and the availability of feedstock in southern Sweden has been changing a lot. But I think we will see a change in that for the coming year. There are changes in Sweden where a lot of combined heat and power are powered up, I would say, for the electricity during the firing season. There's not as much biomass coming from Russia and Belarus.
Of course.
So the whole situation has changed, but generally it takes a year or two before there is a new balance. But coming back to the numbers, it's really, I think when it comes to the forest residues, it's like, I think Svebio says it's about 20 to 40 terawatt hours that are not utilized in Sweden today. So it isn't really an issue from that perspective, but it is also, as Niklas says, how do we use it in the best of ways.
But it definitely isn't an issue for you. But yet again, I'm coming back to the barriers of entry here, because I mean you obviously have thought that through and you have your channels. So just because it's not an issue for you doesn't mean it's an issue. It's not an issue for a latecomer. Given the fact that we're addressing even an international audience here, and we look at the state's role and regulatory framework, you mentioned EU and best practice and so on. In Sweden, are we in the front line? Start with you, Rolf.
Yes,
on the regulatory state.
On the regulatory, we have been in processes in California, in Italy, and comparing those with the Swedish, I would say the Swedish are very solid. But it's also a little bit different how these things are done from country to country. But in general, we are in a good position here.
So with that, I'll be the devil's advocate, and then I turn to you, Henrik, and I say, could the authorities be more active here and promote the new technology, and both in terms of funding and regulations?
Absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, I was in Paris last week, and France, they are extremely active in the promotion of new technologies and getting companies to move in there. They have tax credit, government-sponsored programs to a extremely larger amount on a relative and an actual basis compared to Sweden. So there's a lot that can be done, and also you can do. I mean, we have the laws of public procurement. They can be used for innovative procurements in a much better way than they are doing now, and also you can look at, okay, where is money being spent? Okay, now the large chunk of money coming out of the Energy Agency goes to commercial technologies like Industriklivet, whereas you should be a significantly larger amount towards emerging technologies, because in the deep tech utility scale arena, it's really expensive already at TRL 2 and 3. And when you have timelines of 10 years, private capital just tends not to be there. So it should come in to correct for market errors.
And then Niklas, any adds on?
You always want the world to push in favor of the transition, right? And we haven't done enough on a global scale, far from it. Fossil hydrocarbons are still very, very cheap in comparison with the renewable alternatives. So much more needs to be done. But I would say, coming back to your question specifically, I'd say that the Swedish context is good. There are, of course, political changes happening, and sometimes one technology is focused before the other. But on a general scale, I think Sweden's got a very sound and good and climate-friendly policy making. Yeah.
And if we then just look at the EU, I mean, so Sweden is obviously in the forefront here, and the EU would be in the forefront of the world. Would that be a crazy statement, or would it be a...
I think they are. I mean, now with the RED3, I mean, from our point of view, the biomass residues are considered renewables, which some of the Dutch and the Polish didn't think it should be. But now the RED3, as you described, biomass waste is basically how we use biomass waste in Sweden today. I mean, you do your higher value products just as Niklas started out with, and then the rest we do energy for. And then we use that as efficiently as possible. That's basically what the cascade principle says. And then I think EU is getting to the forefront in terms of the carbon credits, the negative emissions market that's up and coming. And with the emissions rights being reduced, driving up the price of emission. And that's, I think, because that's going to be way higher levels than that we see in the US, where it's capped at $75 a ton.
So in conclusion here, if I were to say that gasification of biomass would be the future, if we should have some sort of energy transition, and I'm trying to find the keywords of conclusion here, then obviously, even if you were to pour money on a new untested technology, I mean, it's still, you have to prove that it works, and obviously your product works there, so, and you have your pilots and pilot projects. So the barrier of entries will be regardless of how much money you will put in there. And you have secured, let's say, the underlying fuel, and you just need to have more clients finding you. Is that a way to see it here? Because it seems like a no-brainer if you're in Höganäs or if you're indeed an IKEA. That, I mean, you actually add value to the bottom line. Would you agree or disagree?
I would say more or less yes. Yeah. But again, things. I was thinking a little bit about what you said here. Policy making is sometimes a bit too slow, and they are not addressing new technologies really in the pace it should. So sometimes it is easy for new technology developers like us to be in a situation where the regulatory frameworks are not specifying exactly what you're doing, and they have to fit your technology into an existing wording, which might be the right one. And I'm thinking precisely about the certification of the Biochar that I mentioned earlier during my speech. So the EU has certified Biochar as a proper means to create a carbon sink. Sweden has not done that yet.
Oh, okay.
And that's probably just a matter of time, because there are no substantial reasons why Sweden shouldn't. But that kind of regulatory development takes time, and that's still a hurdle, I would say. You need to also to push those activities forward in a quicker way.
Excellent. I thank you for that, and I thank you for your patience here. And patience is the virtue here, because you are there, but we need time. And next time will be 2:20, and you will be served coffee up there, and then we'll have our two next companies. Thank you. And thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Welcome back. We will remain in the energy sector, but focus on products and measurements, control and data analysis. So please give a warm hand to Nils Lindgren, CFO and IR for GOMERO. Välkommen.
Tackar. Hi, good afternoon. My name is Nils Lindgren, and as said, I'm the CFO of GOMERO Group. And we enable predictive maintenance within substations. So we do this by installing sensors, collecting real-time data for analysis. And by doing this, we can improve the sustainability and efficiency for maintenance work at substations. So what the customer gets is automation, data insight, and analysis. And a little bit of who is our customer. Our customer, as I said, substations. Substation is the node that connects the electricity grid together. And this is how the electricity grid in Europe looks. It's been built out since the last 130 years. It looks pretty much structurally the same all over Europe, all over the world. And we've kind of taken this for granted. It looks a little bit like the road network. We take it for granted that it works, the electricity comes to us when we want it. And I've been working with this for about 20 years. No one has ever talked to me about the electricity grid up until the last couple of years. Everyone got worried. My God, my electricity bill is so high. And I have to pay so much for electricity transmission. What is happening? There's something coming. There's something happening to our environment that we're working in. And if we're looking what is happening in Sweden, investments have been about 30 billion SEK per year, this 5-year period. What is happening then the next 5 years, which starts in 2 years, is this would almost double. So this will mean that we're going to invest 10,000 kronor per year per person in Sweden into the electricity grid. And why does the companies operating the electricity grid do this? It is to meet the increased electrification of the society, and in Sweden's case, industry. The industry in Sweden is electrifying, and therefore we need to have more transportation capacity. And to meet this increase in demand, we need to have more sources of energy, and those should be renewable. So we need to integrate renewable sources into our electricity grid. We need to increase the flexibility and the quality of the grid. And also, as I said, they've been investing for 120 years. A lot of the components in the electricity grid are quite old. They need to be digitalized. So there's a huge opportunity and a huge need to do investments in the electricity grid. And who are our customers? Our customers are here at the bottom. And they have a challenge, and they have to act now to meet this huge investment need coming. For example, Ellevio, one of our big customers, who is distributing the electricity here in Stockholm. They invested last year 3.7 billion into their grid. And they see that they will have to more than double this in the years coming. And this is to then change today's electricity transmission net into the future's sustainable energy system. And they do this by climate smart energy solutions, and they do this by working with strategic partners, and we are one of their strategic partners. Just as we are with Vattenfall, Öresundskraft and Deutsche Bahn when it comes to our expertise. And what is it that we do then? If you look how maintenance work has been done traditionally, it's been schedule-based, labor-heavy. So service technician team is sent out to site. They might have to drive 2 hours, 30 minutes to come to site. They don't know what's happening at site. They just know they have to go there. Worst case, they have to go to site because there's an alarm being set up off in the operation rooms, and they don't know what tools to bring, for example. So how can we solve this issue? Coming back to the transformer station again. What we do is that we install sensors and components that automate the maintenance. As I said, these stations have been built during 120 years. A large portion of the components are quite old. The average age of the components in the Swedish electricity distribution net is 30 years old. So they are not connected, they're not digitalized. That is part of what we do. And by doing this, we can help our customer move from the schedule-based reactive maintenance work to predictive maintenance. And we can basically monitor and perform analysis on any components within the substation. And our solution consists of 3 parts. The edge technology, so the components that we actually put on site. Those are the ones that collect the data. Then we have our platform. And in the platform, we validate and perform analysis on the data. We do this in a secure environment. And what the customer sees, or needs to see, is the result of our analysis, which they get through their user interface. And most of our customers use our web app, our web page, or our phone app, or we can also integrate into whatever ERP system the customer is using. So what we do is that we provide our customers with data-driven benefits. So what we collected then last year, 2023, is 100 million measurement points we collected. Analyzing this, we could prevent over 6,000 oil spills for our customers. We reduced their CO2 emissions in their maintenance work by almost 57 tons of CO2. And they avoided almost 7,000 journeys to site. So that's a huge time saving for our customers. A little bit about GOMERO as a group. We're founded we're turning 22 this year. We have always been founded on customer-driven demands. So we have not invented something great and then tried to sell it. The customers come to us, we have a problem, can you help us solve it? And we've helped to solve it, and they've paid from day one. So we're sure that they have an ability and a willingness to pay from day one. We have installations in 9 countries with over 100 customers. We've been connected to the cloud for 18 years now, so we are well established. We do all our production both on the hardware side and the information side here in Sweden. Short lead times and the highest quality. And then if we look a bit at the financial development, but here I want to talk about our business model and where our revenues come from. So when we equip a substation with edge technology, that's what we call here system sales, the dark blue line. That's a one-time revenue, or every 15 years. Because our hardware components have to last 15 years. But these hardware components have to be served, so we have an after sales. That is recurring during these 15 years. And then on top of that, we have a subscription to get access to the analysis and have this secure infrastructure in place. So what's happening is that once we've sold the system, we have recurring revenues, which last year was 43% of our revenues, recurring every year for 15 years. And we basically have 0 churn, so very stable growing revenues with more systems being installed. The medium blue and the light blue together grow 38% last year. But we're not happy there. We want to grow after sales and subscription even more. So per system, we want to increase the number of krona they pay per year for after sales and subscription. And we do that by providing even more customer benefit. We want to grow on the penetration side. We want to have more sites with our customers. We want to equip all the sites with our customers in the end. And as I said earlier, the electricity system looks the same all over the world. We are now in 9 countries. We want to grow in more countries internationally. We listed in 2018, and we, as you saw on the previous day, we've been profitable ever since. Still, the founders own about a third of the company. With our chairman and some other of the management and the board, we own about 15% of the company. We have two financial investors that own 20% of the company together, so we have a fairly small free float, but it's still trading on a spotlight market. So to sum it up a little bit, what we provide is sustainable, profitable growth. As I said, we've been profitable ever since we listed, and we do this by being innovative, working very close with our customers, listening to them, solving their problems, making sure that we get paid from day one, because then they will pay day 2 and year 15 as well, and then they'll buy a new system year 16. Clear customer benefits, providing predictive maintenance. Coming back to quality. The hardware and the systems have to work for 15 years. So they have to be very robust, very reliable, and secure. IT security is high on the agenda for all our customers. And we score very highly there. So in the end, we create value by building and maintaining long-term partnership, both with our customers, our suppliers, our employees, and our shareholders. So to conclude, we are sustainable, we enable predictive maintenance, and we innovate through curiosity. Thank you.
Thank you, Nils. That was quick, short, and
yeah.
very interesting. No. But can I just start by exposing my ignorance here and say, are you a software AI company enabling energy distributors, or are you an energy supplier that uses the latest technology? Where shall we put you here?
We're not in the second camp, for sure. We are somewhat in the first camp. For sure, we are a software provider. But what is unique with us, we have the hardware and the software together, really giving that full solution to the customers. So they know they can come to us for the hardware, for the communication platform, and for the analysis or the software side, so to speak. So they can rely on us for the full.
So you're using the latest technology, and may I expose my ignorance here and say, is there any patents involved in this? Do you need patent protections?
Nope.
No?
We don't believe in patents, really. As I said, we work very closely with the customer.
Yeah.
The customers come to us with a need, a query that they want to have solved, and we help them solve it. Our customers are natural monopolies.
Of course.
So there's no competition between them. So when Vattenfall has found a good supplier in GOMERO, they tell Ellevio. When Ellevio is happy with what, they tell their neighbor, so to speak. And that's.
And if we look at your, let's say, competitors, and if we exclude the old bad ways, as you describe here, going out and checking and not knowing what. Are there any other competitors that you meet in the door, or is it old technology and, let's say, lack of knowledge of you?
No, I think our customers are pretty well informed, but they are slow moving.
Okay.
As I said, it's taken 120, 130 years to build out the electricity grid up till now. The electricity consumption has been stable in Sweden for the last 35 years. It's been a lot about maintenance, as we said, not a lot of new investments. What is happening now is they have to do these new investments to meet the future demand, which really requires them to rethink how they do. And there's not enough service technicians out there to do this schedule-based reactive maintenance. They have to be much more informed. And what we see is some of our customers, they're moving the maintenance part of their agenda higher up on the strategic agenda.
Yes, because I mean, obviously, if there's a lack of, let's say, controllers driving around and checking randomly, and also you need to, let's say, have sufficient utilization of it, then obviously you would look for new technology. I would take it. And what's the process of knocking on the door for a client and onboarding a client that, so that you can, let's say, acknowledge the revenue stream? Is it a week? Is it a month? Is it a year?
Good question. Very good question. I think most of our sales is with established customers, where we're already well established. So whenever Ellevio Vattenfall builds a new station, they call us, and they equip their station with our equipment. When it comes to completely new customers, completely new markets, it's a much longer lead time. And we see that trying to get into new territories, that it takes time. And coming into new customers that maybe have a different view of our value proposition, it takes time. But we're getting better and better.
Does it matter if it's a new jurisdiction, EI, another country? Is that a hurdle or?
Yes, sometimes, but it really, we try to turn that back into a learning point and opportunity to upsell to our current customers. For example, Germany, the union there doesn't allow you to have an app tracking what you do at the workplace. So, okay, and we had built our solution for them to click on the app, and now we did this, and now we do next. How can we do that? Okay, we do automatic tracking on our solutions. Oh, we take that from Germany, we sell it back into Sweden and the rest of the world. It gives us more recurring revenues, more after sales revenue, better control.
So, I mean, by being innovative and flexible here, you will be able to ground the elephant anyway.
Yes, absolutely.
And to me, it seems like a no-brainer if I'm a Vattenfall or delivering energy in, let's say, Germany, whatever, because, I mean, the cost of implementing you would be so much lower than the total investments in the grid, and obviously I need to secure. So, first question is, why are there not clients banging on your door? They may be. And how do you find the clients, or do they find you? Do you really need to work that hard?
No, we need to work that hard. As I said, the clients that we have, they understand our value proposition. Some of them, when they do a new build, they install it, but they don't do our installations on their old substations, for example, which we think is a bit weird. So then they end up with a mix. When you come to a new customer, it can take a lot of time. You can have the maintenance organization saying yes, and then you have the IT person saying, no. So it takes time to convince all those different stakeholders within the companies that
because you're unique, one could say. So it takes a while.
Yeah, since we have the full solution, yes.
Yeah. If we look at the mixture of your revenue or your sales, system sales, after sales, and subscription, is that something that you will keep, the percentage difference there? That's the bulk will be, as I understand it, the system sales, or would you like to have a third of everything? Is there a thinking there, or is it just depending on the client?
I think we haven't reached that level yet where we're that stable. We want to grow our penetration, which means more system sales.
Okay, you start with system sales.
We start with system sales. It starts there, and then for 15 years, you have the aftermarket, after sales, and the subscription. So, of course, we want to have a lot of system sales, because that means that our installed base of systems increases, which gives us more after sales and more subscription.
And if we look forward now for the next coming 12 months, would there be any, let's say, any regulation changes, or are you in any negotiation with any major clients? So you want us to look for, let's say, press releases of new orders or regulation changes, or what shall we be looking for? Or is it just, the quarterly which will deliver the revenue and the profit?
No, I think on the regulation, like natural monopolies. So the way that we are charged as consumers to the electricity grid is very well regulated. And that period for Sweden is set for the next 4 years, until 2027. So we don't see any changes there going forward short term. And otherwise, I would advise you just to follow our news flow both on LinkedIn and our homepage for more updates and news.
Steady as you go, as they say. Excellent. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Very interesting. And I think we will give you a warm hand as you leave the floor.
Thank you.
And now it's time for me to introduce Martin Edlund. Hello. CEO of Minesto, targeting electricity companies' source of renewable energy is as clean as it gets, as it derives from the ocean. Am I not correct?
I think you're correct.
Excellent. So enlighten us. It should be very interesting. Thank you.
I'll do my best. Hi, everyone. It's really good to be here. My name is Martin Edlund. I'm the CEO of Minesto. We're here to talk a little bit about ocean energy and a unique technology and a unique company as such. You've heard the word sustainable, I think, too many times, maybe this afternoon here. This is in that sphere, of course. And in order to create sustainable societies, a sustainable planet, we need renewable energy to fuel the whole system. So generating technologies that produce green energy is at the backbone and core of all of those things. There are not so many such radically new innovations that will add to the energy mix for the future. What we do with ocean currents and tidal currents in Minesto is such a case. We are, as we speak, right in the middle of an emission of shares, and there might be some room to participate if anyone is interested in that. So what is it that you see here? You see a kite that produces energy by riding on tidal waves and ocean currents. And this is a towing photo from a drone. You will not be able to see it when it produces because it's completely submerged. I'll give you a little bit more on that as we move on. But first, I would like to celebrate a little bit with you the milestone we reached in February as a company. We grid connected our full-scale 1.2 megawatt power plant, the so-called Dragon 12, to the grid in the Faroe Islands together with our first customer there, the local utility SEV. This is a real significant event, a milestone in the history of us as a development company. Because this is the backbone of large-scale build-out of arrays, underwater parks, similar to what we see in the wind industry, with many units connected, feeding as a system into the grid. And of course, you can imagine, before you have the core product in place, proven, delivering stable electricity to grid, it's not easy to push project at the scale of billions or hundreds of millions through the commercial process. So this is what we have in place, and it's not just about the core production phase of the systems, it's very much about the logistics, the installation, the launch, the recovery procedures. I'll see if I can give you a little bit on that as we move on. And of course, this is recognized by industry and by more actors and globally than we've seen ever before. I mean, we're listed at First North. We've been really pushing our technology. It is exciting. So I think we've done well historically in sort of spreading the world of who we are and what we do. But what we have seen after the February launch is at a scale never seen before as a company. We get 10 times more publicity of anything that we push out related to this full-scale device. And this is really what we've been waiting for and what we've been pushing now in order to take serious commercial steps forward. And we're not after a small price. We're after something gigantic. When you start turning this into financial numbers, it's absolutely crazy. It's a global natural resource untapped by mankind that will deliver, with this technology, mind you, will deliver more than nuclear on Earth. 650 gigawatts installed capacity, hundreds of thousands of units in many areas of the world, covering basically all oceans. And this is a base load type of generation, which makes it highly competitive and complementary to the more mature solar and wind solutions that we have. If we turn this into financial numbers, the project investments, half of them will be Minesto sales as a part of the CapEx. So you can just put billions behind the gigawatts and you will see sort of the total addressable market capacity. This is, of course, long-term. We're going to start where we have close to shore, perfect conditions. But as we push the company forward, the technology will be able to cover areas equivalent of this installation. And of course, there is a huge aftermarket in this as well with service and spare parts. And those of you who have followed MINESTO over the years, you will recognize that we are slightly increasing the market potential, not maybe every year, but frequently as we move forward. And that is related to the discovery of more exploitable resource. It's still so that we haven't really looked all around the globe on where you have narrow straits in between islands and shallower waters close to deeper waters, so forth and so on, and this builds this market. I think it's most significantly illustrated by the overrated market size in North America. Here we have NREL, Department of Energy, today with the Canadians, really analyzing and measuring the flows around North America. In other areas of the world, we're not there yet, which is good for us because it means that we will be able to push this as we move forward. And what we do technically, it is that we fly this kite tethered to the seabed, and it rides on the force created by the ocean current, the tidal current. This illustration that you see here is by scale and equivalent speed of what this 1.2 megawatt unit is doing at the moment in the Faroe Islands. So it's a 28-ton machine. It has a tether length here of around 50, 60 meters, and it's 12 meters in wingspan with this system, and a rated power of 1.2 megawatts. There is good potential to further increase the systems and do some notches and twitches to it to improve it further. But this is the baseline product for large-scale rollout of the technology. And it should be added, I should sort of stress that it's the inherent physical principles that we use that give us this huge market. And it is also this principle that gives us the competitive levelized cost of energy, that you can produce electricity at competitive cost with this, because we're using so little material. And this principle of flying in this trajectory means that we're working with high RPMs, high speeds of rotation, and lightweight systems. So it will hit all the difficult cost areas when you operate at sea by reducing weight and by being able also to push the boundaries of what natural resource we can use. We can go lower in flow than any other known technology today by what we're doing. And that gives us that enormous market that no one else is actually claiming. And it's not just about the flying principles as such. We have now several years of hands-on experience of logistics, service, maintenance, diagnostics, and we're doing it with really small vessels and a small dedicated team in the Faroe Islands. And this is easily duplicated and spread with partners over the world. It is heavily patented. That makes a huge difference in many investor contacts and also in relationship to the EU funding that is targeting the first big renewable projects with new technologies now, where we see a significant increase in commitment of let's say, of our taxpayer money in that system. This is also an area where the business is significant, and we're also able to protect and patent toolings, procedures, and so forth, so that we can capture some of the aftermarket value also in distant markets. This is an illustration of how significant we believe that the cost effectiveness is in it. You see the systems that we have flown and generated electricity to the grid now for a few years, the so-called Dragon 4 systems to the right. And to the left, you see the bigger 1.2 megawatt machine. So the machine will produce 10 times the amount of energy as the machine on the right, but it's the same cost structure in your marine operations. That means competitiveness. As a company, we're a tech company. So we provide the Dragons and the close supporting technologies to that and service. But since no one is claiming this resource and it's an emerging market, an emerging industry, it's a necessity for us to, as a market enabler, also be involved in site development, partnering up all across the world in different ways with different partners to get the wheels turning. And this is something we've been doing now for several years, and we have a significant range of partners and projects ongoing. I'll be able to say a few more words on that. That means that there is a potential for small sales opportunities in this area with services and with demo projects. But the big market is related to the underwater parks, the arrays, where you can see 1 million euro in sales per megawatt installed. That's Minesto's revenue in this. A really nice aftermarket, and then you can also play around with different scenarios where some markets may be too far away for you to grasp where you want to do licensing deals. And when we say that we partner up with actors, it's downstream in the value chain. It's related to project developers and the power producers that we're getting on board, where the list is growing of partners. And the core, the number one question that we're asked when we're talking about this within the industry is, of course, the cost of energy. And there are a handful other actors that are sort of members of the megawatt club in addressing this tidal current market. But it's basically horizontal axis turbines fixed to the seabed or attached to large floating structures that are fixed. And we talk about enormous amounts of steel in weight per megawatt installed. So when we do our best individually and sort of without revealing the company names, put that into research, competitive analysis between cost levels, the MINESTO is the yellow line and the average is the blue line for this sector. And this is a huge difference for the early projects and to push the technology into maturity, whether you're starting at 350 Swedish krona per kilowatt or whether you can start at 1.5. You may still think that this is expensive, but mind you, if you go back in history and look at wind, for instance, where they were just a decade or so ago, you will see that this is highly competitive. And this cost reduction that you see here is just conventional learning curves. We're not adding a lot of scale increase or other innovations into it. So it's just sort of the engineering, grind, and manufacturing that will push us in this direction. And you also see that we will be below 100 and reaching 50 already by a gigawatt installed. We're piggybacking on existing solutions in adjacent technical fields such as offshore wind, and that means that our learning is effective in that sense. And yes, you can compare it with where the established renewables are, and you have a sales job to do, if you were in my shoes, to get the first projects going. But the quality of this electricity, where you know exactly when you will produce and how much you will produce, creates miracles on your total cost of energy for a net zero energy system. So what we see in the Faroes is that there is a willingness to pay extra, to pay premium for tidal in order to reduce overcapacity in wind investments and in different kinds of seasonal storage and also short-term storage of electricity. Storage is really expensive. We eradicate that need in many markets because of this predicted electricity production. So I believe that this is highly to our advantage moving forward. And of course, we need opportunities to deploy and build and scale this up. And the pipeline is growing. I can only show you, let's say, 2/3 of the pipeline. There's a lot of feasibility work ongoing with large partners that want to remain sort of non-disclosed at this moment. Our go-to-market strategy in this is based on our partners taking the costs for site identification and verification, and we make sure that they have the local connections to really push different types of permitting, consenting, subsidy requests in the local electricity market. Just to take one example here, it could be the company that we're working with in Taiwan called Taiwan Cement. And you may think, Taiwan Cement, we're not in the cement business. They have a deal with the government in Taiwan. to really focus one business area on renewables, because cement manufacturing is really bad for CO2 emissions. So they do hydro, they do a lot of different solar, different renewables, and we're working with them to identify sites. Of course, they have the doors open to the Bureau of Energy and to Thai Power and other relevant actors in doing this. So that's sort of a typical partner for us in a very interesting market. A market, by the way, that has the highest price subsidies for ocean energy of all markets. It's very much related to their need for security of supply. It's not so clever to build an energy system on mainland China coal, for example, long term. And they are challenged, as many other countries in Southeast Asia, with 95% fossils and a lot of coal. So those areas and those markets are target markets for us, because we know that there's going to be a push to fix those enormous problems globally. And when we talk about subsidies or contributions from, let's say, state investments into this, this is not a matter of a technology being too weak or not being competitive. If you look at the energy sector and the history of development of the energy systems, we have always had to back new technologies up with public investments and public support in different ways. And I believe that what this sector is asking for, that's peanuts compared to what we've seen in previous waves, solar, wind, nuclear, you name it, in it. And this is not general money, it's money targeting exactly the type of projects that we're looking for. And it's not by necessity so that this money will go into the mother company, MINESTO AB. This can be targeted for the projects so we can sell our hardware into the project-based companies. So this is at the core of accelerating the commercial process. And it's a significant amount of funding that is and will be available just for the few years ahead. So that's a very important component when it comes to valuing the company and looking into the future of what we may and may not be able to achieve. So I think I will hold it here. Just summarize, say that having reached the industrial milestone of the megawatt scale machine, seeing the trends like this really in our direction, and for MINESTO as a company now have a position that is not only in our slides as a leading technology to conquer the ocean currents. I believe that's very important for us in the future. There were 2 Swedish companies invited to the International Energy Agency's 50th anniversary. It was us and H2 Green Steel that were there in round tables with John Kerry and others. So I believe that the need for innovation in renewables is absolutely understood, and we are there to contribute in that sphere. So thank you very much.
Very interesting, fascinating. Rights issue, last day of trading is today. Anything to add on that, or?
Well, I mean, the market isn't perfect.
No.
We know that all of us that hold shares, we suffer in that. But it also gives opportunities for new owners to come in, and what we perceive is too cheap.
Yeah, no.
Of course.
And if we look up a little bit, I mean, it seems also like a no-brainer here. But who do you compete with? You mentioned patents and you mentioned partners. Are there any other one who compete with you in this direct field, or is it alternative energies?
Over the last 20, 30 years or so, we've seen more than 100 companies and projects going after this resource. And there is maybe 10 serious actors in this. The other ones are in the fixed horizontal axis turbine sphere, and they will address a smaller niche market with really high intense flows. And they've been at it for a while. And I must say that our thinking here around why is it so slow for them is that they are not reaching the cost of energy levels that the big project actors are asking for.
Okay.
So we are a fresh wind in this to really get going with large-scale deployment.
Given the insight you have in the industry, is there a scope for a consolidation in the sector? Is there, a scope for the General Electrics of the world to take care of this? It's a little bit of a provocative question, but you're out there.
If I may be a little bit cocky here, I'll say that
Yes,
that we are by no means interested in that other stuff.
Okay.
We have a core technology that has the potential to conquer the world and be the de facto standard in how this is done.
Okay.
So synergies, they should be sought with, for example, offshore oil and gas companies that sit on operational assets, vessels and capabilities to exploit ocean resources. They are long-term looking to protect their assets from being stranded, so that's a good area to seek synergies. Of course, in manufacturing, with guys like ABB, Hitachi, GE, that kind of actor is in it. And there are synergies with the big project developers, Iberdrola, Ørsted, Equinor, and so forth, that sit in the driver's seat when it comes to the global population of the oceans with wind.
And obviously they should have any interest in you.
Yeah, that's our job to get them on board.
Excellent. And going forward, I think I asked every company here, what do you want us in the market to look for going forward for the next coming 12 months?
Well, I want you to expect us to harvest commercial progress from the big milestone with the megawatt system.
And I would assume that when you introduce a milestone or a contract, indeed, that may take some time for us to understand which one you have the contract with, because obviously your clients are so big, so they may actually tell you when you can, release it. Is that correct?
I mean, that is the case in some, but on the other hand, when they've decided and when you're contractually engaged, then it's obviously so that we will be able to tell the market that in almost all cases. So.
Excellent. So we will be having a very, let's say, interesting year to look ahead of when it comes to news-wise.
Yes, you have.
Well, Martin, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Extremely intriguing, I would say. And if you have any further questions, I think Martin will linger around.
Yes.
But with that,
thank you very much.
It's time for us, Naventus, Nasdaq, Nordnet, and Investor Target, to thank you all, companies and viewers, to attending and making this the 12th, I was told, Naventus Renewable Summit. You will find every detail on the webpage where you clicked in to visit this, and indeed, obviously, for each and every one of the companies. So with that, I thank you and wish you a pleasant evening. Thank you.